Welcome to the 29er Worlds live event. At 10:30 we'll start with our live report, so be there. Another 45 minutes and we'll be live to cover the gold race of the 29er Worlds 2016 in Medemblik. Please be there to see the start. Live images combined with SAP analytics to give you full coverage of the Gold Series last 2 or 3 races depending on the weather today in Medemblik. As we can see, we have the Australians in the lead, followed directly by France, but with a number of points behind, and the GBR Beaumont Darling in 3rd position. But everything today is possible since we have 3 races more to go. If we look at the competition format, we're now at the final races. Race 8, 9 and 10 to be planned for today. And it's an exciting day today since everything is very, very close to each other. So everything and anything is possible, although the Australians are firmly in the lead. Another 45 minutes, 40 minutes to go, and we hope to see the start live of this Gold Series. It's another half hour nearly to the start of the Gold Fleet. Live here at Medemblik. We'll be happy for you to join. We'll show you live images like you see now and SAP Analytics. So you'll be having a full coverage of what's happening. We have a live camera next to the fleet giving us live images of the fleet. Good morning and welcome to our live coverage of the races here at Medemblik. It will be the Gold Fleet today that is going to decide who will be the winner of the 29er Worlds 2016 on the Dutch waters. Fresh water, no salty water as you know in Medemblik. The live coverage will start at 10:30. Well, we're going to have some preliminary talks about the races in a minute, but the live will start at 10:30. So I hope to see you then. 10:30, we'll be there. (10:15) in the morning, and we are absolutely ready to start in 15 minutes with the start of the Gold Fleet here in Medemblik. Welcome everyone that's watching. It will be a very exciting day because the last 3 races will decide who will be the winner. With us is Debbie Darling. Debbie Darling, who's been a famous sailor from the UK and of course a native English speaker, which makes my life a lot more easy than it should be. Hi Debbie, how are you?
I'm in good form, thank you. It looks like fantastic weather for the final day.
It is final day, and it is indeed fantastic weather. Let's look at our leaderboard at this moment. We see Crockett Morton in the lead, and they're firmly in the lead. Tell me about it.
Well, they've had an amazing series so far. They've been totally dominant and consistent. They had one little blip in, if you look at F3, that's finals race 3, where they were caught out on the right-hand side of the course and were unable to catch up, but that's their discard at the moment. So, barring any problems, they should stay in front.
Well, that's my opinion as well. If you look at the number 2, Niall Mercier, now of course sailing with another crew this year than last year. He was the European champion in 2015 here in Medemblik. He didn't do so well at the Europeans in Norway. What happened?
Well, he was a bit unlucky because it was quite breezy and he didn't really get into the groove in Norway. So I think he was pretty disappointed with his performance. But the beauty is he loves Medemblik. He was successful here and got the gold here last year. And this is his sort of weather. He does like light more than breeze. And I think he should be feeling fairly confident on retaining silver in this event, or even catching up to Australia in gold if they make a mistake.
Well, they should make a very large mistake to have that position going. Your son, Beaumont Darling, the combination, is in 3rd place and firmly in 3rd place, although the number 4 Hong Kong and Van Aanholt Lambrix are not that far away.
Yeah, I mean, I think Crispin and Tom have been pleased that they've been fairly consistent. They didn't really get to grips with the start yesterday and were rounding the first mark in most races in the 20s or even 30s. So actually to catch up and get an 8.68, they're delighted with. Again, they're carrying a heavy discard. And if you look at all the top boats, they've all got a poor discard, which means that if they did have a bad race today, it really could turn everything upside down, because if they had a black flag, for instance, or were disqualified, they would have to count that discard, which means the Australians would have to count a 30th possibly, the French a 49th, Crispin and Tom a 26th, and the guy behind, the Hong Kong 9, I mean, he's got a 35 of his discard. Odile at 46. I mean, this is all high scores. So this just shows anything could happen on this final day.
I totally agree. If you look a little bit further down the list, you see the same thing. 36 as discard for Postma Bramervaar, which happens to be my son, and another son a little bit further down at the number 11. They all have high discards. So I think the top 10 is not decided yet. The top 3 might be, but at least the top 10 is not decided at this very moment. I think we should go slowly to the SAP live system. And we have SAP guys here, well, actually girls here and one SAP guy here. Bart Salomon, he's the Dutch representative of SAP. He will join us in a minute after he's done his job in getting everything set up. If you hear some squawking walkie-talkies next to us, that's not a problem. That means that these guys are hard at work to make everything running. I think we're going to switch to the live images of the Gold Fleet from SAP, and afterwards we'll see the start, hopefully live from our camera at the water, having a live connection. There might be a slight delay, but it will happen after all. Debbie, tell me a little bit about your career for a short moment.
Okay, so I've been sailing for a very, very long time, and I started as a youngster sailing with my father, and then I went into the 420 when I was a teenager, and actually was in the British Youth Squad when it first was developed, really, in the 1980s, and after 420, I went to university, and then in the late 80s, the women's 470 class was brought into the Olympic programme, and so I came back into the RYA, which is the Royal Yachting Association, and the British sailing team, and I sailed a 470 and was fortunate enough to represent the Team GBR at the Games in 1988. In Seoul at the Seoul Olympics, and then again in 1992 at the Barcelona Olympics. So I did 2 Olympic cycles.
Good, great. That's great to hear. Is your son anyway as good as you are, and will he be representing the Great Britain country in the Olympics as well?
Well, that's an interesting question, because do you know what? I think he's better than me, and the reason I think he's better than me is after being on the rib with you actually last year, Harper, and watching him sailing at the Euros where they came second. Watching them, I thought, wow, you know, they're as good as I ever was, if not better. And every time he goes out, he's learning so much, which these youngsters do. I mean, these guys in this fleet are as good as it gets. And I think we've got potentially 20 people here who we might see at future Olympics.
I totally agree with you. At the moment, the leaderboard is, of course, not complete because the leaderboard is not there yet. It's only a sum up of the participants that will be participating. All the lines you see are the courses that the guys sailed. Of course, they're sailing crisscross through the water at the moment because there's no start available. It says 7 minutes 9 to the start. You can see the starting line. This is the white line that's drawn here. That's the starting line, which I'm pointing at right now. It's 453 meters long. Why on earth is a starting line 453 meters in length?
Well, they work it out by the boat length, and it's normally, is it 1 boat length per boat, or 1.5, I think? 1.5 boat lengths is how they, and the number of boats on the start line is how they lay the length of the line. So because they have 50 boats there, they would then look at the wind, they'd roughly look at it at about 1 boat length per metre, and that's how they'd set the line. Sometimes it's little bit longer, sometimes a little bit shorter.
As you can see, there's a black line running up here, and that probably tells us who is in the lead. Of course, at the moment it's not. You can see that this line is being drawn, this line pointing at the nose of the first boat, which is of course not the first boat right now, but that will be the one that is leading at the moment we have started. We are 6 minutes and 4 seconds away from the start, and we have live images, which is a great thing. We're going to go live to the images of the starting vessel. And here we are, live images. As you can see, they are a little bit garbly because we have a 3G connection, which is not always that much good. But at least we have images of the sailors at the water. You can imagine that we're far away from the regatta center, so it will not always be that much good. So let's go back for a moment to the starting line. When they line up, which is 5 minutes away from the start. At 5 minutes, we'll have the start. They have moved the line a little bit to give less advantage, and there's 9.1 knots of wind, which is more than we expected.
Exactly, that's what I was just noticing. Actually, the forecast was lighter than this, so I think the majority of the sailors will be happy that we've got a nice breeze, so they can stretch their legs and get some good racing in. It doesn't look too fickle, whereas the forecast was quite fickle and light.
We see the guys preparing, still talking to the coaches, having a last talk how to attack this race.
That looks like the top German, doesn't it? I think that's Gwendol Lamé.
I think that's Gwendol Lamé, yeah, I think so as well. That's him, and they're very good. They came up actually quite late in the game. They were really, really busy.
Yeah, I think they've been a bit unlucky this regatta. I mean, I'm pretty sure they won Kiel just last month, so I should think they're fairly disappointed with how it's gone. But they do like a breeze, and we haven't really had very strong winds this week, so it's perhaps not been to their liking.
Well, they came up really slow because at the qualifications they were not that much good, but later in the game they came up. Especially yesterday when we had strong winds, they gained a lot of places. We're 4 minutes away from the start. We don't see images yet of the starting vessel. The flag is going up. I think we're a little bit further from the start than we are. Let's see. Here is the flag, which means orange. Orange will mean that anywhere between the moment of orange up and the class flag up must be less than 5 minutes. So orange flag will go up in a minute. We see a course of 3:45. Now, tell me a little bit about the conditions here in Medemblik. Everyone always tells me it's choppy. What does choppy in this situation mean?
Well, it's because the IJsselmeer is it's quite shallow. It means that the waves build up quite quickly, and it's a short wave pattern. It's not like the ocean where you've got a deep water and the waves can build up nice rollers. So here it does actually prove quite tricky for a 29er because it's such a short, unstable boat. It does tend to struggle a little bit with the chop. So I think that's what we found yesterday with the wind strength. A lot of the sailors were actually struggling to get the boat moving fast. So with only 8 knots today, it'll be much nicer for them. It shouldn't be quite as choppy, and the wind direction's changed as well. So it's going to be a completely different kettle of fish than the rest of the week.
Great, we see the orange flag is up, which means that anywhere between now and about 4 minutes, we should see a class flag coming up, the gold class flag coming up, which means that we're going to start the race. How long does a race last normally in 29er?
It's a 30-minute race, and what they do is the race officer who's setting the course will tend to look at the wind strength and work out the length of where to put the marks and the buoys of the racetrack to make sure that the boats can get round it in that time. So he has like a graph, like a grid that explains to him in what speed the boats will sail at in which wind strength. So he will know that in 8 knots the course needs to be a certain length, and that's how he will set it so that they get round in 30 minutes.
Sorry for the images that were interrupted. We got a signal from the SAP guys to refresh the screen to make sure that everything's up to date and following live what we're going to do. No images at the moment from our live feed from the boats. 3:45 to the start. I think that's 3:45 to the class flag up, I assume, but I'm not really sure. We'll see when we have real images again of them starting. Boats are circling around the starting vessel. Which position is usually your favorite to start in?
Well, again, it depends on which direction the wind's coming from. And I mean, if you look at the moment at the tracking screen, you can see that it looks like the wind has flicked right. So if you look at the box in the top left of the blue screen, where it says 7 knots or 8 knots at the moment, I think we're moving the cursor to point at it. So that shows you what the direction the wind is. So at the moment the wind's coming from the east, and it's at 7 knots or roughly. So if that wind kept flicking more to the right, more easterly, then actually you want to stay to the right of the course, and the committee boat end tends to be to the right. Whereas the pin end, where the flag is always to the left. So if you thought the wind was going to keep flicking right, you would stick by the committee boat, so that way, if the wind went any further right, you're at the correct side of the course.
That's all good knowledge. I'm learning something here today. Really nice that you tell me all
Watch
this
and learn,
information.
Harper. Watch and learn.
Oh, that's a good thing. Thank you very much. How many participants do we have in Gold Fleet?
We've got 50 boats, and these are the top 50 after the qualifying rounds. So we had the qualifying series that went over 3 days. The top 50 out of those 3 days of races were then given the top slot to stay in gold, and they're the ones fighting it out today.
We see the wind increasing a little bit to 8 knots. I think it's a good thing that the wind is increasing at least a little bit, because that gives us more fair racing, I assume. The heavier guys can still participate. Or is there not a lot of advantage in weight difference?
Well, 8 knots, it tends to be more of an advantage for the light, because the light people are able to stretch their legs and really maximise the power. Once you get nearer 10 or 12, that's when the bigger guys get to stretch their legs, and that's quite a fair advantage, if you like. Now, these guys can we see these screens? Yeah, this is live. So the yellow bibs, that's the leaders. That's the Australians in the lead.
And I've heard the guys at the helm is only 14 years of age.
Yeah, he's amazing little sailor. So yes, he's 14, and he's been a top sailor since the age of 11 in Australia, winning a lot of their local fleets. So they do have some specific small types of boats over in Australia that you can only find over there, and he's been one of their top sailors for a number of years, whereas his crew, he has actually cherry-picked this lad and said, come and sail with me, and they've done 2 months of training ready for just this regatta.
2 months of sailing only for this regatta, and they're this much good. Top of the world,
yeah.
Where we have sailors that sail these boats, like your sons, for example, my sons, for example, for a number of years, and still they win.
2 or 3 years, absolutely.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean that just shows you the quality of these Australians. To be fair, the crew is a little bit older. He's been sailing for a long, long time. He's also done 2 years apparently in 49er, so he has had the experience of top level Olympic training. But he's come back into the 29er to win the Worlds again.
Wow, okay, that's good information. As we can see in the bottom of our screen, the time to start is now reduced to 4:55. We've restarted, I think. No live images at the moment from our camera. 50 boats are starting in the Gold Fleet. How many participants do we have in total in this World Series?
Well, I think that in all the fleets we've got, is it 233, something like that?
Yeah, 238 was
238,
my last count.
yeah. So I've seen a couple of the boats have packed up. I think there's been a few injuries and a few boat breakages, but we've still got over 230 boats there who will be out racing today in the various fleets, because not only is gold racing today, but also they're fighting it out for silver, bronze and emerald, but their racing will be slightly later than gold, but we're only following gold at the moment with the live feed.
We are starting, I can see, because the yellow flag is up at the moment, so it means that we are definitely starting. I'm trying to correct the images a little bit so we can see what's going on. Here we go, live images from the start. I'm going to scroll a little bit. 3:49 from the start. Everyone's lining up, I assume. We see the boat still crisscrossing a little bit in front of the starting vessel. Are they allowed to go in front of the starting vessel, even at this very late stage of the starting procedure?
They can't go in front of the line after the gun goes. I didn't see whether there was a black flag. I'm presuming it was just a normal blue Peter, which means you have to be behind the line up until the start signal. But you see, looking at the tracking, where is the line? You know, you can, yeah.
Yeah, it's a white line over
here. So
here.
look, yeah, there's boats either side of the line. So at the moment, boats can be anywhere, but once the gun goes, you need to be behind the line before the gun.
I just saw the yellow flag being up on the images that we received live. They're still a bit blocky because of the distance, and the reception is not that much good at the moment. But I see that we are in a starting procedure. According to the SAP guys, we are in a starting procedure. I'm checking right now. Are we in a starting procedure, guys? Are we starting? Yes. There's a guy holding a walkie-talkie. His name is Bart Selman, and he's the one telling us, yes, we are starting, definitely. Here we see the 2 Dutch guys. I remember one, I recognize one because one is my son, so that's easy for me to recognize. There are some nice images now from the starting of the fleet. They're still not lining up, I assume. No, it doesn't look like they're lining up. The starting procedure is as follows. We have a class flag up, which means that we have 5 minutes to the start. And then what happens?
Then 1 minute after that, we have the blue Peter, which means 4 minutes to go to the start. Then at 1 minute to the start, the blue Peter comes down. and that means you've got 1 minute countdown, and then at the gun, at the start, the class flag comes down.
Okay, according to the SAP system, we're 1 minute 46, 44 away from the start, which means they should be lining up, but I still see the boats circling around, so I think the timer is off. The wind is still 8.6, 8.2, 7.9 knots, so for Medemblik quite steady, I think.
I mean, I think that's great. If we can keep hold of this sort of wind strength and it can stay above 6 knots, I think that will make for good racing. Once we get above 10 knots, the race committee are allowed to put an O flag up, an Oscar flag, and that means that you can see the sailors start to pump the boat and actually use their bodies to use kinetic energy, if you like, to make the boats go fast.
I see that we're 1 minute away from the start, and indeed everyone is behind the line at the moment. They're lining up just behind the starting vessel. We're waiting for images to come to have a live start from the television camera that we have at the water at the moment. The images are still too blurry to count, so we'll stay. Yeah, there they are. We can show these, I think. No, we can't. We'll give it a try. As soon as they improve a little bit, we see what's happening. Okay, they're all lining up, or most of them are all lining up at the starting vessel. Why is that the favorite side? You just explained because of the wind. But if I look at the wind speed now and the direction of the wind, it's not exactly right. Because the wind is turning south.
I mean,
there
that's
they are, live images. They're lining up for the start. And in a few seconds, they will have start of the ships. We see that they're ready.
It looks like everybody is sticking by the... Oh, so they must have postponed it.
Yeah,
ready for a restart.
Probably a postpone. We were already... Yeah, there's a general recall. Apparently, there were too many guys over the line. Tell me a little bit about general recall. What's a general recall and why do they use it?
So they use a general recall when there's so many boats that are starting incorrectly and starting over the line and they can't catch them all. If they can read numbers, they will jot them down and they will just do an individual recall and just disqualify the boats that they can name. So when there's too many over, then they do a general recall, which means everybody has to come back and they restart all over again.
Is there a penalty when you go over too early? Because it seems a bit unfair if you go over too early and call for general recall, but you disturb the fleet.
Absolutely. I mean, it's clearly unfair if people are starting prematurely. With a UFD, which is the uniform U flag, it does mean that if you're caught over the line, they disqualify you. But if it's a general recall, you do get to go back and start again with everybody else. So everybody has a clean slate, if you like, for the next start. Now, what may happen with the next start is the race officer may decide to do black flag, and that means that anybody caught up until 1 minute before the start, if they're caught over the line, then they're actually disqualified from that start, but also from that race, even if the race is restarted. So when the screen comes back up again, we'll keep an eye out for whether it's black flag, because that is quite impactful.
Aren't they supposed to go to uniform flag first and then to black flag, or are they allowed to go to black flag straight away?
The race officer can do what he like, but the general advice from the federations, if you like, is to go to uniform first, or give people a chance, if you like, and then once they start misbehaving, then make the starts black flag.
So we're bound to see a uniform flag, hopefully, which means that if they go over the line in the last minute, they get penalized unless there is a general recall, in which case all the penalization is gone.
That's right. That is correct. Yeah.
So we'll have to wait until we have... Yeah, there are a little bit images of the live camera that we have. As I can tell you that it's a little bit garbly because of the distance, as I told you before, but at least we have some images. We're going to wait for a flag to come up and see what kind of start we're going to have. 5 minutes to go. It says there is orange flag. That's the other side. I think it's the pin end that we're looking at right now, and all the boats are relaxing, waiting. They're the two top guys from Australia again, Everyone's relaxing, waiting for the start to happen. We're going to see what SAP tells us. They say 4 minutes to the start, and we're going to look at the race officers here and ask them if indeed we have a 3-minute break to the start. Is that correct? Bart is nicking. Yes, we have a 3-minute break until we have a start. No flag yet, so we're going to wait for them to show us which flag we're going to start under. Informed now. Black flag. Okay, Debbie, black flag means?
Well, black flag is tough. It means that if you are caught a minute to go over the line, right up till the start gun, then you are disqualified from that race. You have a disqualification, which means that you will be unable to count any good results from that particular race. So, especially for the top 3 boats, if they got a black flag, for instance, in this race, it means that that will be their worst result. That would be the result that they'd want to discard. But it means the other results that they've got, the other worst result, would have to come into play. So it would change all of the top 3 results if any of them had a black flag.
How many discards are we talking about during the medal races? I've known that during the fleet races there were 2 discards. Will we have 2 discards as well in the medal races?
We will if we get over 8 races. So this is race, I'm trying to work it out. This is race 4.
I think it's race 8. It says
8. Race 8. So this one is still included in the 1 discard. If we get another race in, then we get 2 discards. Exactly. Everything changes again. So let's hope if we get all 3 in today, all 3 races, then everybody gets the chance to discard their worst 2 positions.
Good. 2 minutes and 2 seconds for the start, although everyone's still relaxing. As we can see from the live images, everyone's still in relaxing mode. They're not lining up at the moment, but they might do that in the last minute. Not telling everyone what their strategy is. Is strategy important during a race?
Oh, yeah. I mean, so most of them would have spoken to their coach before they went into sequence, before the flag started going up on the committee boat. Because as soon as there's flags on the committee boat and they go into sequence with 5 minutes to the start, then none of the sailors are allowed to talk to their coaches, and they're not allowed to get any advice. So before the flags go up, they will all have spoken to the coaches or their mentors or whoever they've got out there to just give them some advice about what the wind's doing, the wind speed. Perhaps they would have discussed where the clouds are coming from. The last few days, clouds have played a big part of the strategy, big rain clouds.
We see the guys lining up a bit at the starting line. I think that if you look at the distance in the SAP, you see that they're far away from the line, not as close as they were in the last start. We're 50 seconds away from the start, according to the SAP system. Now, there might be a slight difference between the live images and the SAP system because of latency that we receive the images in, or the latency of SAP, but it should be sort of the same. They're all lining up with 30 seconds to go on the black flag, which means they're not allowed to cross the line. I see a red boat coming quite close to the side. This one here. This one is really close to the. It's Lamay. Yeah, Germany 2260. I can see that. Okay, they're crossing the line. It seems that they're trying to cross the line.
General.
It's a general recall again. Okay, that's too bad. That means that we're going to wait to start. But that might take a while because what happened?
Well, it looks to me like there must have been a wind shift and the race officer decided it wasn't fair sailing for all the boats and they were all too premature. So did they get... what I couldn't tell from that was whether the start had actually gone when he...
Yeah, well, SAP is a little bit more late than our live images, which means that indeed we had a start and then there was a general recall. We were informed by telephone that there was a general recall, so we're going to do it again. What'll
be interesting is, because of the time delay, what we're seeing here on the tracker compared to the images is sort of a little bit delayed. But yes, it looks to me like some people would have been caught black flag on that.
Yeah, it seems like it. So what happens if you call black flag? You're not allowed to participate in the race anymore. So how will they notify these sailors that they're not allowed to participate again?
Okay, so what will be happening now is the race officer and his team will be noting down all the numbers of boats that they caught who were premature starters, who went over the line too early. And he'll be writing them down. He'll be corroborating it with the other end of the line, which is the flag end, because there's another boat there, and making sure whether he caught any over the line at his end. And then the race officer will be writing those numbers down on a whiteboard or some sort of board on the back of his boat. And as you can see now, all the boats are actually sailing around the back of the committee boat just to check whether they got caught.
Okay, whether they got caught, I sincerely hope that the top 20 boats will not be caught and they will have free sailing, because otherwise I think for many of them the competition is finished. Because
That's
if
right.
you have like a black flag now, yeah, it might be your discard, but judging upon the results that we've seen before, they all have very high discards as well.
Yeah, that is exactly the problem. If anybody's caught black flag, it does mean that they have to count possibly a very poor result from previous races. And as we discussed, a while ago, most of the boats out there have had a poor result at some stage.
I'm going to see if I can put up the leaderboard one more time. There it is. As you can see at the discards here.
That's Emerald.
Emerald, sorry, wrong race, leaderboard. It should be leaderboard. Why is it Emerald? We're going to refresh for a moment. This is leaderboard. This is not correct, is it? It's impossible, this is leaderboard. Oh, of course, it is. No, it's not counting in the race 8. No, it's not. I think the leaderboard's a bit off, to be honest. We have to see what's happening with the leaderboard of SAP, because it's certainly not correct at the moment. It's not showing us the correct results. I was trying to tell you and everyone else which discards would be available in when they have a black flag, and then what they would lose in points. They're all preparing themselves again to do another start at the race. It'll take another couple of minutes. Why is it taking so long between starts to actually get a start in?
Well, I think in this instance it's because of the black flags, because the race team must be absolutely certain which numbers they're going to display on the board of the black flag boats. They can't afford to get it wrong. If they do get it wrong, the competitors could protest the race committee. So they need to make sure they're absolutely 100%. They have proof of the boats that are over, either recorded verbally, or sometimes the race team will have a video camera down the line as well, and then they'll be writing it all down and making sure that it's correct. And also they need to give time for the competitors to read the board and check who has been over the line and who is unable to start the restart race.
We see them all circling behind the starting vessel, apparently trying to get notice whether or not they were over the line too much early. We see some images of the sailors there. Well, it's a bit garbly. We had some nice images just a second ago. Let's go back to the SAP. 8 minutes 31 to start, which means that the committee takes its time to get everything set. How are you registered as being across the line too early? Is it SAP or is it visual?
It's visual. So out there, the race officer will be standing on the transit of the start line. So he will have a flagpole, which will be the start line pole, which will be displaying an orange flag. And then the boat at the pin end, the furthest end, will also have a flagpole with an orange flag. That's the one you're pointing at. And the race officer, or sometimes it's one of his team, but it's normally him, he will stand transit between the two poles, and he will be getting visual on the boats that are on the line, behind the line, or over the line.
We see an odd thing happening at the moment. The wind is shifting further to the right and back. Now it's back in its normal position, as you can see, with the black line being almost parallel to the white line, which is the starting line. But just a minute ago we saw it shifting completely to the right. Will that have an impact on the race?
Exactly. I mean, and I think that again is another reason perhaps have been a few delays. If the wind is flicking this much, then the race officer must ensure it's a fair start line. And so he's going to be working on keeping that line as straight and true as he can. And if the wind's flicking too much to the left or to the right, it gives unfair advantages possibly to the boats on the left or the right, depending on where they're deciding to start. So he's probably waiting for it to stabilise a little bit.
Talking about fairness, I've seen that the ages of the participants vary a lot. The majority of the participants are anywhere between 15 and 18 or 19, but there are a few that are a lot older, like 21 and even 30 something. I thought this was a youth class. Why are boats with crews that are way over that age of youth allowed to participate?
It is a youth class, but that is only really depicted by the various country federations as a youth class. And these countries use it as a feeder class for the Olympic pathway, which is the 49er. But as a worldwide class, it is open. So you can have any age person sail it. And certainly a few years back, a lot of the sailors in the 29er were adults. And small adults quite like the fact that they could stay in the boat and have a competitive boat to sail that is non-Olympic.
5 minutes 41 to the start of the Gold Fleet first race of the day. Decisive 2 or 3 races depending on how much time we have left. What is the last time we can start the last race? I think it's before 2, is that correct?
I think it's 2 o'clock. What we do have is a set of sailing instructions which all the competitors are given. And that lays out really the rules for the whole regatta. So in it, it'll give the start times for each day. It would tell them how many races they are counting in the series, how many races to discard, and also it tells them what time will be the final race for today.
Bart just informed me that it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That is the last possibility to start the race. So we'll be able to get 3 races in if things go normally, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 4 hours. We've only got three races, and they're only 30-minute races. But, this is an important day, and the race officer will be making sure he's got it absolutely dead on right before he gets them started. He does not want this to be unfair. He wants it to be fair for all. So he will take his time. He knows he's got 4 more hours, and he'll just settle himself.
Okay, talking about competitors and age difference, this tends to be youth class. What comes next?
Well, for the majority of these guys, they've got studies. So when they're not here competing at these big events, they're going to be concentrating on getting through their exams and further education. But those of them who are getting to the end of the youth program, so they're hitting 18 or 19, will be thinking about what to do next. I think a few of them will be looking at the 49er, which is the Olympic progression from here. Some of them will be thinking, actually, well, let's take a break from all this serious racing. I mean, this is a nice picture showing from where we're sitting in this office out to the race course. Looks
and you
great.
can see the distance to the fleets, to the racing fleets. It's quite a distance. We're at the Regatta Centre here in Medemblik. Fresh water, does it make a difference to salty water?
Well, not really. Not for the sailors, except for that their kit doesn't get crusty and it dries quicker, which is nice and handy. But I mean, you can just see from these pictures what a beautiful place it is, and the old boats that regularly go up and down the IJsselmeer. It's a super place, great facility, and the conditions look lovely.
I see the yellow flag up again, which means that we're going to race, and black flag is up. So we are anywhere between 4 minutes and 0 minutes to racing. I think we should go and look at SAP analytics. It says 3:45 to the start. Another black flag. Haven't got notice yet of who's out, but Bart will inform us most surely about who is out at the moment, if he's got that information of the race officer. So we might know who is out of the race before the race starts. 3:26 to the start of the races, and lining up on the start. Is the start important? Can you make up for a bad start?
You can, but it's very hard to win a race from a bad start. You can lose a race from a bad start, but very hard to win one. I mean, yesterday was a good case in point because, the top guys, they were having bad starts and they were climbing through. And the race that the Australians didn't win yesterday, they came third, they actually rounded the top mark in the mid-20s. So they had a bad start, they were unlucky, they went the wrong way up the first beat, rounded in the 20s, but they still climbed up to third, which is pretty impressive yesterday. But the guys who were winning the races, they were winning because they had a good start and were able to hold their lane and stay up there.
Yeah, well, because free wind is everything, I think, in sailing.
Absolutely. Clear wind, a clear lane, and if you've got a bit of speed, you become a tactical genius. It really helps if you can get your nose in front, get the speed, and then you can play the field, if you like. You can watch where everybody else is and make your decisions of where you're going to go. If you have a bad start, you are on the back foot then, and you really are your track, if you like, and your route around the course is dictated by other boats. So you might want to tack and you might want to go to a particular side of the course, but there'll be somebody else in your way, so that might prohibit you from going the direction you like. So it does make it very difficult if you don't get a good start.
Okay, waiting for the start right now. I think everyone's lining up again, and we've got black flag. Only one boat. It's the German boat, 2036, that we saw earlier. That's the provisional thing that Bart tells us, that he's out of the race. Let's look at, their position. I think I can look it up for you in a moment. Which their position is at in the races, if they really going to lose a lot of points there.
The leaderboard wasn't correct last time we looked, but hopefully we can get back to it. No, that's still.
They're in 46th position. I've heard of Bart, so that won't give them a lot of difference. Whether they be 46 or 47, yeah. I don't think it makes a major difference. Yeah. There's one nice thing that is happening with 29er sailing, and that's if you end up in top 25 on the Worlds, you get a special number in your sail.
That's right. And that's why if you look at the results, you'll see a few boats have got high numbers. So like there's Hong Kong 9, well, he would have finished 9th at the Worlds last year. GBR 16 finished 16th at the Worlds last year.
But we don't see them here in the leaderboard. Only Hong Kong 9 we see here in the leaderboard, and the rest is always like normal numbers. Only GBR 23, Edwards Bright, they are also in the top 50.
Yeah.
In the Gold Fleet.
Well, it's mainly because
we've got live images, a little bit of live images. They have started. Finally, a race is on its way. We don't have to wait anymore, which is a very, very, very good thing. The SAP system is a little bit behind. They're tracking behind us, which is not a problem because we can then repeat what's happening. These are my son. Well, one of them is my son. The crew is my son. We can't see them anymore. It's too much bad images. We see a lot of fleet boats at the starting vessel, and let's see what the order is. The girls seem to be leading at the moment. Melzaka and Michnik. I can't pronounce these Polish names.
The Polish girls, they are rocket ship when it's light. And they're doing really, really, really well. And I guess they're also hunting out for the top spot for the top girls.
They must be. There's another one, girl that's really sailing well. And that's the girl from Aruba, or is she?
Yeah. Odile, yeah, she's sailing really well, but she has a boy crew, is that right?
Yeah, she has a boy crew, yeah. It's not Argentina, I'm looking for Aruba right now. Can't see them at this moment, they're probably down the line somewhere. The Polish seem to be in the lead, but that's not correct, because the order is certainly not correct that we see right now, because I think that the boat in the middle, the purple one, is actually leading. This one is leading, and not what's been pointed out by SAP at the moment. We have some live images of a boat. I can't see which boat it is, but we have some live images. It's the Brazilian, I think it is.
No, it's France 8.
France 8.
He's lying in silver at the moment. This is just his sort of wind, actually. He's a good one to watch. He will be sailing really fast. And you look at the boat trim. Boat's lovely lovely and flat. In fact, if anything, has a little bit of windward heel, and looking superb.
He's a very, very good sailor, and we see that most of them are already tacked to the right side. Apparently, that one is the favorite place, the right side of the track, because most boats seem to be going to the right. I think we are updating at the moment our leaderboard. Krogan Lewis in the lead, but where are our people that we are looking at, the people that are in winning positions? The 2063, Alexander Schofield. They seem to be climbing up at a 7th position right now. It's still a bit early to tell.
There's Crockett Morton in 15th on there. So the Australian's not too bad. Can't see France 8 at the moment. Or GBR 16.
I'm trying to get my my cursor to not flick around too much. The leaderboard's always changing, and when I'm trying to press, it's gone again. Okay, who seems to be in the lead at the moment? It's Krogan Lewis that seems to be in the lead. That must be this boat, I guess.
Although
Let's make this image a little bit bigger so we can see where they are and where they are racing. They're up way to the windward mark. I think this boat is in the lead. Are you agreeing with me?
yeah, so Spain. But it's not showing up on the
Leaderboard. The leaderboard's always a little bit a touch behind on the actual tracking, but they seem to have a problem to update the system right now. I think this one is, according to tracking, is in the lead.
So it looks like those poking out the middle are doing pretty well. They've got clear air, clear lane, and they're looking good.
They're looking very, very good at this moment. Leaderboard down, we see Davies and Clark, which are not really important. We're going to strike them out of our system, if it happens.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
It's not wanting to let them go, does it?
No, it's always difficult because the leaderboard's always changing. Sorry, we keep it that way because I can't get a hold of it. It's always updating in a very fast way, and I can't get hold of the cursor because they're still not gone. That's a disadvantage of the system. I can't just... Yeah, there they're gone. Okay, let's look at the leaderboard. We're going to scroll up a little bit and see if we have like anything going on. Actually, it is Spain in the lead, says the system right now. Where are our guys? Beaumont Darling, that's where they are. They're in fourth position right now.
That's good
and
for them.
Van Leyen and Bramerfire, which were in, I think, 12th position on the leaderboard. They're also doing well. They're in the top as well at the moment.
So Crockett Morton are up there as well. So the top guys. So where's France 8? He's one of our...
France 8. I'm looking at them right
19.
now. Yeah, he's a bit down at the moment.
So, but you know that's manageable. I mean, 19. You're still not completely out the pack. But from the look of the spread of the boats, it really is quite fair and consistent. I mean, apart from the boats that seem to be way left, everybody is just playing the shifts up the middle. Which is great fair sailing.
Looking at the wind, it's turning a little bit to the right, as you can see, 10.1 knots, and coming from the right now. Are you agreeing with me?
Yeah, it looks like it's flicked right, and yet we've got some boats still heading out further right. Normally, you see, if the wind goes right, you actually want to be on starboard tack so that you're actually pointing closer to the mark. But some people are obviously getting clear wind and trying to get out the way of other boats.
Okay, we've selected a number of sailors. Beaumont Darling in second position. The Spanish guys, which are not fighting, I think, for a position at the moment, but are in the lead. Then followed by Crockett Morton, who are doing well again.
Yeah.
And now Marche are climbing up from somewhere in the 20s up to the 6th position right now. I'm going to move the screen a little bit so we can see where they're heading. They are heading up to the windward mark, or the weather mark you call it, I think. She calls it the weather mark sometimes. busy at the moment. Looking at the images, it is still the same thing. I think that the Spanish will soon lose the lead. I think that the Australians will take over. It seems that they are climbing up in position. The Dutch guys, whom seem to be in a good position before, are losing position as well at this very moment. Not the Spanish people that I'm trying to deselect.
And we've still not found France. France 8, you see, has come up. So, you know, the top 3 are there. They're all fighting it out. So this is going to be good racing.
It's going to be good racing, for sure. You can see that these guys are actually getting positions, and they're climbing up. Niall Mercier as well. It's a bit early to tell what they're doing right now. I mean, I think it's a bit early to tell what the situation will be like.
So it looks that the wind has flicked a bit left again now, which is why a lot of the boats have now tacked onto port. So again, they've done that so that they're pointing closer to the mark, and they're on the gaining tack.
We just received a paper with the scores that we are having right now in the Gold Fleet, the positions that we are having in the Gold Fleet. As we know that the Crockett and Morton are in the lead, but further down we find another couple of people as well. We see the top 11, the top 10 are climbing also here in the course a little bit up.
Yeah,
as well.
I'm just looking according to this, we've got the Italians up there. So I can't actually see the Italians on the overalls on the first sheet. So they must be having a blinder of a race, which is good.
Yeah, for them it's good, really. But it seems that they have already lost the lead, because Beaumont Darling seems to be in the lead, and that is fairly clearly visible on the screen as well. Going to scroll down a bit to see where they're going. They're heading towards that mark. That is the first mark that they're going to.
Yeah, that pink boat you can see above is probably the guy that got black flagged. He's gone up there to watch the racing. So I bet if you hovered over him, that's Gwendol Lame, isn't it? It will be... Yeah,
it is.
Germany,
It
you
is,
see.
yeah.
So, don't worry about that pink boat. He's just gone to watch the racing.
He's not participating.
No.
So the Italians are still up there, which gives them, of course, a nice position in this race. But it really doesn't matter, I think.
No. I mean, it's really the top 3 fighting it out, and the scores at the moment, they've all got a good cushion away from the rest of the fleet, 4th all the way back down to 50th. But they've got to be smart and keep their heads cool.
We've got live images of the guys coming at the first mark. We see the first boats arriving. I see live images. As I said, SAP is a little bit behind on what's actually happening. We're going to show the images in a few seconds. Once they have images for us that are stable, and I'm going to show them right now. These are the guys in the lead. I can't see the sail number, but these are the guys in the lead going to cross the system first, the first mark first. Let's see the sail number. There are a lot of boats there. They're fighting for first position. I can see that for sure.
And you can see that it is marginal trapezing. The wind has dropped a little bit, according to those live images. But then when you look on the tracker, it's still saying it's 7-8 knots. But it looks quite tough.
I'm waiting for images for the first mark that will show us where the boats are. Just a steady shot of the first mark that we can see who's crossing first. It seems at this very moment that the yellow boat here is leading.
Which is the Polish girls.
The Polish girls.
They have been rocket ship actually in the light. In the qualifying series, they were winning races in this sort of wind.
Incredible what they're doing. 2 girls. Fighting in the boys' fleet and doing really, really well.
And they're leading the girls, so they are hoping to take the title of gold as 29er World Women's Champion.
I think they will, because they are way in the lead, and also if you look at their results from the last couple of days, they will be, and at the moment they're in the lead as well, so establishing only more points, or less points actually, better positions.
Yeah, I mean they're lying 13th overall going into today, so another good one in this race, and they will shoot right up.
Their first boat is around the mark. It's indeed the girls looking at their little bodysuits, what they're called, the
bibs.
The bibs, thank you very much. The bibs that they're wearing. Second boat
Okay.
around the mark. So indeed they are rounding the mark. It's too bad that they're a bit late with the SAP system showing us where the sailing numbers. But the first 3 boats are around the mark. So we can see that here as well. They are indeed going around the mark. The girls are in the lead.
And girls second.
And girl, oh wow, girls
So
second, the British
it
girls
was,
second as
yeah,
well.
British girls second.
So let's focus on those for a moment. They're going down.
So we've
I
had
see.
a bit of a change in positions.
And Crockett Morton in 8th position at the
And
moment.
yeah, so
They're worst so far. I think that will be the discard.
yeah, but they've still got a long way to go in this race, and they could still catch up. I think if you can keep top 10, then it's good. They're counters, and certainly for the Australians, they'll be pleased to still be in the hunt.
Okay, a lot of people are rounding the mark right now. Positions are taken. It was a very short upwind, was it?
No, it looked like it was about the right length of time. I mean, you want each lap to take about 15 minutes, and because the wind dropped a little bit, it might have been a bit slow, but I think looks like the breeze is picking up again now, so they should speed up downwind.
They're going towards this mark, it says. As you can see, the downwind mark. There should be actually 2, I think.
Yes, the other one will be placed in now.
The other one will be positioned right now. That's why we don't see it. They're not going down straight away. This is a 29er. They are doing the same thing as going up.
Yeah, so what they do is when you're going upwind, you're attacking upwind into the wind, and downwind, these boats don't go straight down. They have to, again, zigzag all the way back down again. So they go off at an angle, and they pick their angles to keep their maximum speed, and then they drive across. You can see that a couple of boats have actually jibed and are going away from the rest of the fleet. So they've jibed off because they've thought it was too busy, perhaps, the other way, and they're hoping to find more wind by going to the other side of the course, and they'll zigzag their way down to the bottom.
The guys that jibed away were the Slovenians. They were doing really well in the qualifying races. They didn't do as well now.
No, these are young lads who have not long been in the 29er. Apparently, the Helm won the Optimist Worlds a couple of years ago, and the crew came 6th. So these are top-level sailors, and I think in the next couple of years, we'll see them at the top of the 29er in whatever wind. But at the moment, they're quite small and they are light. And they're still really getting to grips with the 29er in breeze and in big competitions like this.
The girls have just jibed as well. Well, of course, it's all happened in the past. They have jibed a little bit before because, as we know, we are like 15, 20 seconds behind what's really happening. So they have jibed as well. They got a firm lead.
They're looking very good, actually. They have clear air, and it looks like they're pulling away. So yeah, they must be delighted. And the angle they're sailing, if you look down now, there are actually 2 little yellow flags down. That's because the gate, the 2 marks that are the gate at the bottom are now set, and that's where the guys are heading for.
If you look at the speeds, you see that the average speed of the girls is 6.23, where the others are not even at 6. I mean, no one is even coming close.
No, that's right. They're clear away, and they're making the most of the clear air.
Okay, apparently there's a mistake in the leaderboard system of SAP. Now it's back to normal again. The Polish girls are definitely in the lead, and by far, I think.
Yeah, it does look like they've got a really comfortable lead, and we know that they're fast in this, and we know that they can win races out here. So
some live images. It's a bit garbly. We have to do something about it for the next race. Sorry about that. We'll work it out for the next race if possible. We try and sort it out. So for the moment, we stay with the SAP sailing. SAP is amazing when it comes to analytics. I mean, what you see here wasn't possible about 4 or 5 years ago. It's developed, and they are really, really keen on showing us what is actually happening. And I think for coaches, it's good analytics as well.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty of this, of course, is it's stored online. So, anybody, the sailors can, when they get back home next week, can sit down and have a look at what they did well and what they did badly, and where did the front guys come from, which way did they go, and you can learn a lot from this sort of technology. And of course, it's great for those of you who aren't here this week. You can be watching it now live and get an idea of what's happening, which is super.
Yeah, it's absolutely super what they're doing. You see the spinnakers, the Gennikers that are up. They're jibing right now. Can't see which number, but they're jibing right now, going from one side to the other. And there's a coach boat very close by. They shouldn't be that much close, I think. Okay, looking at the system again. We're going down to the mark here. That's a gate, which means that they can pass on either side. They have to go from the inside all the way around the buoy and then go to the outside. They can choose either one. Why is a gate so much popular in 29er sailing and 49er sailing?
Well, the reason is because the racing is so close that if they just had one mark there, which everybody had to go round, it does make it just leads to carnage and lots of hits and damage. So that's why with this modern form of sailing, in my day we used to have a triangle course and then you do a sausage course. So you'd go around a triangle and then back up and down. And it used to sort of spread out the fleet a little bit more. This racing is much, much closer and you don't get the spread. And so by having a gate, it means that boats can pick and choose which side to go. And often there is a favoured side of the gate to go. But sometimes you take the unfavoured side just to get clear. Just because if you've got 10 other boats going around the same mark that you want to go round, you're better off going away from them and going round the other mark. And it just saves on damage, and also it splits the fleet a bit.
If you look at the girls, they have a 120-meter lead on the first boat that's following. It's amazing what they've been doing. I mean, especially if you consider this is not fleet races, this is the medal races. They are girls, and they are firmly in the lead. I mean, really firmly in the lead. Don't mind what's saying now the Slovenians are coming close. It's not true. Unless they have a very favourable wind.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Slovenians. The blue boat that we saw jibe off early, they have come out. Nice clear wind, that blue one there, yeah. And they've really gained. So they really did the right thing by jibing off and splitting themselves from the rest of the fleet, because they've come in and gained lots of time and distance.
Yeah, they did, actually. But I think that these guys here, they are probably... No, not in the lead towards the Slovenian.
Yeah, but the thing is, I suppose they're slowing each other down. They're taking each other's wind, if you like. One's sailing on top of the other, which just means that you slow each other down. So if you can get clear and get your own air away from everybody, you can go a lot faster and you can stay around the outside.
All right. I think we're getting very, very close to the gate right now. Of course, they have already officially passed the gate, but I'm pretty sure that they... are passing the gate with a tremendous distance. It's 90 meters that they are in the lead, the girls. They're dropping their spinnaker right now and will go upwind again. Wind is shifty. Does that have a lot of influence on what's happening?
It does, because if the wind's shifty, you have to decide which side of the gate to go if you've got a choice. So the Polish girls, they've decided to go around the left-hand gate. That is because they feel that the left side of the course will pay them. So they wanted to go left and find the wind that side. Now, the problem with that is that you've got all the fleet, all the other boats coming down, and you just got to hope that they're not going to blanket you and cause you more problems and slow you down.
Okay, looking at the leaderboard and looking at the results that we are facing right now, Beaumont and Darling are doing really well. The Australians are doing their worst, I think, so far, because they're in 8th position. And Niall Murchie has dropped down like tremendously. He's in like 17th position. Okay, we're looking at the leaderboard right now. We've got updates that we can't show. Here we have some live images of them passing the gate. Oops, the Australian guys, they have problems. It seems that they have a problem at the buoy, at the mark. They are not doing well. We can't see any images anymore.
something happened to the Australians. Well, we're looking at a leaderboard here that we've got in the office, which shows that as results stand at the moment, the Australians stay in the lead. France hold on to second, with GBR 16 holding on to third, but the Danish are moving up to fourth at the moment, and Odile, is it Aruba?
Yeah, well, she's officially Dutch, of course, but as she's also Arubian, she's allowed to sail under a Aruban flag.
Right. Okay. So she's in fifth at the moment, with your son in sixth. So obviously that'll change when we get the final results of this race. But at the moment, that gives you a flavour that the top three are holding their own.
But Niall has dropped tremendously. He's doing a discard for this race because he's in 18th position right now, so he'll do a discard. He stays in position, but he's already lost his discard where there are another 2 races to go.
Exactly. This closes the points right down, which really makes it exciting.
And I think the distance that Crockett Morton already have, it means that they don't need to sail really well. If they do another race only, if they do 2 more races, they must stay really alert. They in this instant, I think if they hold this, they probably don't even have to sail. Oh no, they've got got to do one more. One more, exactly.
One more good one, and then
they're gone. They're done. They can get a cup of tea and stop.
Exactly. Or is it beer that they drink over in Australia? I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
it's those Brits who like our tea.
Yeah. They're all gathered now at the gate, going upwind again. Most of them are already in the upwind. It seems that the Polish girls, again, they have like a tremendous height and speed.
Yeah, they are really
Look
rocketing.
at how much they're rocketing, absolutely. But the Slovenians, they did a really, really good job by going, by doing the jibe set and immediately jibing away from the fleet.
I mean, I didn't spot what they did straight after the gate, but it looks like they've gained some distance on GBR. I mean, the Americans are doing well in this one. They've had a not such a good final series, and because they did well in the qualifiers, so it's good to see them finding their feet again, and they've got some speed in these light winds.
Look at the girls rocketing there. They have apparently favorite wind because they are distancing themselves.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. They can pick and choose. They really can control the fleet now. So their strategy for this final beat will be to keep themselves between the Windward Mark, which is the next mark they're going to go round, and the fleet. So as long as they keep sensible, then the others aren't going to catch them.
Well, you saw just now that the Slovenians did attack, and immediately the Polish girls counter-attacked because they thought, okay, we keep them in behind us no matter what. They're not getting a chance of sailing away.
Yeah, they're protecting their position, and they're keeping themselves between their competition, which are the Slovenians and GBR and USA, and the next mark. So that's going to be their strategy.
The guys in 3rd position overall, Beaumont and Darling, are doing well at the moment. They're in 4th position, and that means that they only establish a well-done 3rd position, maybe a 2nd. Depending on what the next race will bring for Niall Mercier, because they're not doing very well. They're in 16th position right now. Of course, it's a discard, but you never know what's going to happen.
Exactly. I mean, today really is about managing the mistakes, because the top 3 are pretty comfortable unless any of them make mistakes. So they've just got to keep as they are. And I think France 8 will, yes, that'll be a discard, but it's not a massive score, and he'll be relieved that it wasn't any worse. Indeed.
There's a bit waiting of this boat's going upwind again. It takes a little bit more time than downwind. Of course, the speed is nearly half, I think, of what the downwind speed is.
It can be. I mean, the wind did pipe up to 10 knots a couple of minutes ago, but it's staying about the same now. And the good thing, I think, is that it looks like most people are trapezing, but I should think the light guys, like these Slovenians, are probably stretching their legs, and so they're really enjoying this sort of these conditions.
Well, of course, and 10 winds are not a wind for them. It's like heavy wind.
Yeah,
if you're lightweight.
they'll be loving it.
Look at the speed of the Polish girls: 6.34 knots speed average. And look at the others. I mean, no one even comes close. Yeah, the Slovenians with their perfect jibe set that they've done, they are coming a bit close, but the rest is not even coming close.
Yeah. I mean, what would be nice today is that also if we can keep an eye on the girls, because what we got to remember is, yes, there's the Open Championship, which is the 29er world champion, but also this is a world championship for the girls, and it's very important for them. And at the moment, we've got the Polish girls who look like they're gonna win this hands down, but we've got the GBR girls in contention, and so we'll keep an eye on who are going to be the top three on the podium for the girls results too.
Absolutely, because there is a separate competition for the girls and for the boys. Although they are in a mixed competition as well, there are special prizes for the girls, the first girls, and there's also a special prize for the combination of a boy and a girl, or
right.
is it just?
Well, there isn't usually a mixed prize, so it really is up to the organising committee of the event whether they want to recognise the mixed crews. Some events we do, and some events not. But here, there certainly will be prizes for the top three girls, and with the Polish girls way ahead, we're then looking down the results to fighting it out between the Australians girls 2064. And the Danish girls 2312, and the British girls. So if we look at the results here, the Australian girls are looking pretty good. 2064. I'm just looking for them. Yeah, they're in 22nd, so they'll be pleased to be hanging on into the prizes for the girls.
Yeah, they'll be probably doing a prize as well. Isn't it unfair to have? Well, if you look at the results right now, it's not, because apparently the Polish girls are in the lead. But shouldn't it be like Laser 4.7, where the girls have a separate World Series from the boys?
Well, it's interesting you say that, because I think we've got 60 all-girl teams sailing this week, and it's getting to the stage now within the 29er that we have a big enough contingency of girls to actually warrant having separate racing for them. And I've had quite a few people asking me what my thoughts are on girls sailing separate to boys, because obviously I've done a bit of both, and I quite like the idea of girls having their own racing, because it's so much of racing is learning to win, and the Polish girls are winning this race, but it would be great if more girls got the opportunity to win races, which they would do if they were sailing against themselves, but for these really big events where there's 60 of them.
But if you look at the results of yesterday, it was really difficult for the girls to keep up with the boys, especially the heavier boys. They were winning because of the wind.
Yes. Although Bristow Cavell, who are in fourth at the moment in this race, the crew, Emily, is 6'2", I think nearly 6'3". Her father was a silver medalist at the Olympics in Sydney. And, she's bigger than most of the guys out there.
So it's in your blood anyway.
It was in her blood, that's for sure.
So it does help if you have a father that done the Olympics.
And her father was enormous, or is enormous. And so, size isn't everything, but I do think that having girls sailing separate to the boys at some of the big arena events is a good thing.
I think that the USA guys have done a really good upwind, because if you look at them, they've crossed...
they've caught right up.
Yeah, they've caught right up, and the Slovenians are a little bit behind now, all of a sudden. Yeah. Where they were in second place after their perfect jibe set at the Windward Mark. They are now in... going down and even further down to the 6th position and even more, 7th position right now.
Well, they seem to have done. The Slovenians seems to have gone left. So we can see them on the left-hand side of the screen. So unless the wind flicks across to the left, they're going to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, they should be on the right side of the track. If you look at the wind,
they're not staying in the middle enough, are they?
No, the wind has turned right. I think they should have gone right. Although you can see the wind has been dropping tremendously at the moment. We're getting some instructions of Bart. Bart, why don't you take the microphone and tell us a little bit about it?
Yes, well, when we are only looking at the top three boats at the down mark, we see that the Slovenian are going to the left as the only one, and the rest is staying in the middle of the field.
And that makes for a good result, because if you look at the positions of the boats, they're a bit swirling around now. I think the software has to do some updates.
I think the tracker of the Slovenian is also a bit. Yes, there they are again.
Okay, they're moving up.
They're
back
moving
to
up
where,
again.
where they're supposed to be to be.
but they still are very at the left side of the course. And when we look at the speed, I think that's the main thing for the Polish. They are all they're making more distance, but their speed is so high compared to the other ones. It's tremendous.
This wind seems to be dropping a bit. I see winds, if you look at the left top corner of the image here, sometimes of 5.5 knots and below, and now it's back up to 7 knots, but it's still changing. The Polish girls have rounded the mark. I don't have any live images for you right now. Only that the images that we have from the SAP system, but they have a very comfortable lead on the Slovenians. But I don't think the Slovenians are in second position. I think this one is in second position. I think it is. Which one is this? This is.
Yeah, it looks like we're a bit behind on the tracker at the moment.
Yeah, but this is not correct, because it's not. This is the Polish girls. I don't know why this one is. If I click on this one, Crockett Morton. Crockett Morton are in second position right now.
So they've had a blinding beat. They've come
It's
up
incredible
amazing.
how they do it, huh? Look at it. They came from 6th position, 7th position, and again, just in one upwind, they managed to go from 6th, 7th position, which was a discard, climb up to a second position.
Yeah, they've really nailed that beat. Again, it's picking your strategy, playing the fleet, minimizing anything that could go wrong. Minimizing the risks, and it looks like they've done that really, really well on this beat.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's amazing that you can sail that much well, even if you're behind, even if you think you've lost the game, and you're in 9th position, 10th position, and then you are able to gain, just on one upwind, you were able to gain 7 positions. Because at first, this was his discard. Now he's in second position. And, I don't think they'll beat the Polish girls, but they will come close for sure.
It looks like the Polish girls are pretty safe there with the distances they've got.
Yeah,
But
61, 64 meters.
Yeah, that's pretty clear. But the thing is, with this light winds, you only need sort of a bank of breeze to come in from behind, to fill from behind, and the Aussies get the jibe right, and they can cream inside. But at the moment, the Polish girls are looking nice and secure.
Yeah, sorry for moving the screen up too much. They are going first to the gate, and from the gate they go to the finish line, which is here.
Yeah, so the strategy on this one is that although the gate stays in there, you actually have to go around the right-hand mark of the gate, and so you go around that and then make your way to the finish line, which is the flag on the right. And sometimes you can carry the kite, and sometimes it's so tight that you have to take it down. But certainly looking at the images now, it does look like winds. Look, these are the guys going up to the windmill mark. And, it's very high trapezing.
These guys are still going up to the windmill mark. We are already in the stretch down.
Yeah. So
way down. This is at the back of the fleet.
Yeah.
So we're actually trying to get some images of the Polish girls being in the lead and the Crockett Morton team that are following up really closely.
Yeah,
as you can see, the gap is
so
narrowing.
they did jibe, as I said. That was likely. They jibed inside the Polish, so that if there's any chance of some breeze coming down, it'll catch the Australians first, and they have possibly the opportunity of sailing over the Polish girls. But they'll need a really big gust to be able to overhaul them.
They have still some distance to cover.
Yeah.
Looking at the wind coming from a little bit from the left side now, not from the right side. Although we had winds from the right side all the time, now it turned left a little bit.
Yeah. So at the moment, it was correct to jibe off, and there's a little bit more breeze coming down, but you need to sort of get clear air to get your lane down to the bottom.
As you can see, the wind has shifted a little bit, or is shifting a little bit to the right all the time. As you see the black line that is turning, which means that the wind is shifting. It's pointing rectangular to the wind side.
Yeah.
So is this an advantage for the For the Australian team, or is it a disadvantage?
Well, the wind flicking is actually an advantage for the Australians because it does mean you can then do, you can actually try some jibes and take some of the shifts downwind, whereas the Poles just want it nice and steady so they can point straight down and make the shortest distance.
If you look at the distances right now, they had 60-something meters on the Crockett Morton team, and it has increased to 83, 85. Now it's decreasing a little bit again, but it seems to be increasing their distance.
Yeah, I mean, I think the girls are pulling away at the moment, but I mean, it's very difficult to tell. I mean, it's such light winds. It's sitting still, making sure you're maximising your speed and not feeling too tense, and really letting the spinnaker breathe, giving the spinnaker enough air that it keeps on pulling and is maximising its pulling power.
I think now Mercier are taking these races discard because they don't seem to be increasing their speed or their position. Well, they're in 13th position right now, but it's still the same. It doesn't make a major difference. I think they should see this one as a discard, or not?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at again these results that you can't see at the moment at home, which is that the leaderboard as it stands is that Australia, if they keep this position of second, will have 14 points, France 8 will have 33 points, and GBR 16 53 points. So the top three stay the same, but actually second and third close up a little bit.
But for the Crockett Morton team, there is only sunshine.
Yeah.
There's no drop of rain in the sky because
right.
they have such a tremendous lead. They have to really do a really bad race in order to lose this one.
Yeah, they'll be humming Waltzing Matilda or something like that.
Waltzing Matilda for sure. Yeah, well, they are bound to be the winners of this competition in the Worlds. Looking at the leaderboard right now and at the images of SAP, we see that the girls are firmly in the lead, although the Crockett Morton team are getting closer. If I look at these images, this is a little bit behind. The leaderboard is a little bit behind on what is actually happening. You can see this boat, this one is not participating for sure.
But you see the Polish girls are sort of trying to pull the Australians out. What they're going to do is they'll sail past the gate and then jibe in, so that they make sure they protect their line into that gate, which is what they've just done. So they've held out the Australians to make sure there's no chance that the Australian team can get inside them.
You should think that after seeing the Slovenians becoming really fast on this end of the track and going down all the way where my mouse is right now, my cursor is right now, that many of the others would have done the same. And again, they are in a firmly position of fourth, although they're not the heaviest sailors.
No, I mean it's a difficult one because some of these guys will be sailing quite defensively, and some will be sailing quite aggressively and wanting to sort of push to do something new. So the guys who are defensive, like GBR 16, they just need to hold their position. So they're not going to go and do something new and take a risk. Whereas the Slovenians, they've got nothing to lose, so they're going to take a slight risk and do something.
We have some live images, and we are sure that the Polish girls, will win. Actually,
this is them with the green, isn't it?
Exactly. They're already finished, I think. Is it them? Yes, it's them. It's them with the green. Yeah, it's them with the green. They have passed the line and they've won. They finished. Although in SAP they have not finished yet, but they have finished. And the Australians are in second position. So I think for the leaderboard, that doesn't make a lot of changes. Let's see if we can put the leaderboard up for a moment. I will switch to the leaderboard right now. If it's updated, probably it is not. Hang on.
Interesting to see is that the Polish also won the silver. Last race, so there was also a Polish team doing that won the silver. Maybe the coach had said something. That's Polish 2272 in the silver fleet. So I think the Polish coach is happy today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they must be happy today for sure. I'm not getting an update right now. I'm trying to update the leaderboard to see what's happened in the race. And we should have a leaderboard coming up. As you can see, we're trying to get the leaderboard coming up right now.
Here we go.
Crockett Morton firmly in the lead with on race 8, a second position, a discard for 5 and 30. And the French guy still perfectly in second position.
Yeah.
So it's really doing well. Beaumont, Darling.
They
in the
dropped a
third
bit,
position.
didn't they? They actually finished 9th in that, so they dropped on that final run.
Yeah, they did.
Um,
But looking at the Danish, they suddenly rose
mm.
because they lost 37 points or 33 points due to discard and only gained 10 points, so that made them go up. Van Dongen, Becker and Anhalt, the two Dutch teams in 5th and 6th place. And then looking down, we see that the top 10 ends with the New Zealand girls, Lardies and Mackenzie. Are they girls? Not New Zealand? No, they're boys, I think. Lardies, Mackenzie, do you know them?
I don't. I'm just going to have a look down my list and see if I can find them.
Lemaille, that was in 5th position, has dropped to 8th. He's done a 28, which is like not really good. And has a discard of that race, of course. But it means that he's dropped from 5th position to 8th position. He will not be happy. The guys, Van Dongen and Becker, that were in, I think, 7th position this morning. You have got the list this morning, Van Dongen and Becker. They were in 6th position. They're still in 6th position. They've done a discard as well, and 21 on this race. Okay, I think for now we'll stop our live coverage and we go to the images of the boats in the distance. We're going to set up the system and make sure that we can come back with some live images and try and restore that system. Thank you very much for this race. We'll wait for the second start, and then I hope you'll be joining us again. Okay, we're 1 minute before the start, and my co-host is getting a cup of coffee because, of course, she needs to have another option to talk. Okay, 1 minute before the start, everyone's lining up. As we can see, I will move the screen a little bit down so we have like a better image of what's going on. Debbie, you're back again.
Yeah, it looks like the wind. Looks like the wind's picked up just a little bit, and sun's still shining. 8-9 knots.
We lost the images.
Yeah.
There they are. Here they are. Okay, we've got some live images as well. They're not of the best quality, but maybe we can see what's going on. They're lining up for the start, and I think they're about to start right now. We've asked the cameraman not to move his camera too much so we can have not these much blurry images. It is a 4G connection, which is not good. They are starting. I'm pretty sure they are starting. 23 seconds to the start, and I think the latency is sort of stayed the same.
And it looks like they're all hanging down the pin end.
So that means
General recall.
General recall, and logically it is, because if you see the wind compared to the starting line, then you see that the wind is not correct compared to the starting line. Okay, general recall, which means we have another moment of peace and quiet. We'll talk to you once we will be back at the start. So give us a minute, and we'll be back with the start live for you. And we're back for the start of the race, Gold Race number 9. Gold Fleet under black flag because the first start was a general recall. Of course, they tried the P flag again, so we'll start under black flag. Another minute to go before the start. Boats are still circling. We have some live images. We'll try and give them to you if possible. And if they don't zoom in too much, we'll have pretty good images. Here they are. They're lining up for the start, waiting. Everyone's waiting to get started. And in 1 minute, it'll be the start under black flag. We'll stay with the image of SAP for the moment and see what's happening. Debbie, your sons are doing really well. You just said, well, we were offline. One more race in a good position and they're done.
Yeah, that's it. I think that's the key. Race 9 is when the second discard comes in. So that's when these the top boats can relax a little bit more if they've got enough good races under their belts. Looks like they're getting close to go.
I think they're actually going right now. It seems that they're starting right now, although, of course, with SAP, we are not starting. But, in fact, they have started. And you can see that they're clean off the line. I don't see a general recall, so I think that everyone started well. We're going to take a look at the leaderboard in a minute. Let me first pass. The Spanish guys are still doing well here as well.
Yeah.
They seem to be doing well.
Looking at this start, looks like the Australians have got somebody on top of them, so they've not got clear air, but knowing their speed, they'll soon pop out. I saw that the GBR boys, they didn't have a very good start, so they're going to have to dig themselves clear. I didn't see France 8 on that start line, but hopefully he'll be up there this time and get a better result than the last race.
Okay, to determine a leaderboard right now will be difficult. As you see, the wind has shifted a little bit to the right, giving the guys on the right, I think, favour.
Yeah, it looks like quite a big shift right, actually, which does mean that those on the right are looking good. The boat with the red, is it France 2361? Looks like he's got nice speed and he's got a bit of clear air.
We're waiting for the SAP guys to update the leaderboard because the leaderboard's not updating right now. So we're waiting for them to update leaderboard so we can see who is, according to SAP, in the lead. They're working hard on making that happen. For us, I can think that this boat seems to be in the lead. This is the Slovenian guys again that are in the lead. It seems like it. Okay, we have some live images for you. We can't see which boats are which, but it's a France 8, I think, that we are looking at right now. It's not France. But it's some beautiful sailing. You see the wind is nice and the guys are already hiking.
Yeah, it looks like the breeze has picked up a little bit and they're starting to stretch their legs, certainly the lighter guys.
We have some updates from the SAP guys. Bart has some information. Please show us, Bart.
Yes, I've just spoken to the race committee and we have 2 boats on the black flag, Hong Kong 9 and France 2232. So they were
Hong
on the
Kong
black
9
flag.
and 2232. At the moment, we're looking at who's in the lead. Davies Clark seems to be in the lead. The leaderboard's not updating at this moment. The Australian 2064 seems to be leading the pack. If you can see the black line, mine is not updating here right now. So they're working on that really, really hard with SAP, but we can still follow the race really well. Okay, some live images for you, the Italian guys. I don't know which side of the fleet they are, but they seem to be sailing in a very nice and steady pace.
Yeah, I mean, I think the beauty now is that they're getting some good clear racing. It looks fairly stable. You're getting the odd flicks of wind, but nothing too unfair. So certainly when you look at the tracking, the fleet is nicely well spread. It's not one track, which is good because you don't want it to pay only on one side of the course. You want it fair for everybody.
I'm very much curious to where the Australian guys are, although I think they have nothing to fear anymore. I mean, with the second place, they have to really fuck up big time in order to lose their first position.
Yeah, there should have been a beep in there when Harper mentioned the F word, but yeah, the Australians, they didn't have a first-ranked start there, but they were certainly in the right ballpark, and they were the middle, towards the committee boat, middle end of the line, so fairly conservative, and I think we'll see them come out near the front of the pack very shortly once the tracking has caught up with what's going on.
Okay, at the moment it's Davies Clark again in the lead, still ranking number 1, 5.2 knots, which is nice considering these wind gusts of only 8.4, 9.3 knots. I think they do a fairly nice speed. We're waiting for the update of the SAP system with the leaderboard. Somebody's nicking no, sweating a lot. They're working hard on getting us updates. In the meanwhile, we can look at the leaderboard a little bit ourselves. I think these guys should be in second position. The Italian 2-3-5-5 that we just saw in the live images. They seem to be in second position right now on the right side of the course.
Yeah, again, you see you've got some coming in from the left, a few guys from the right. There's a big pack in the middle and lots of congestion there. So I guess if you're one of those boats in the middle there, it's going to be quite hard to dig yourself out. But they'll soon spread out a little bit once we get a few more shifts come through.
Yeah, Van Dongen and Becker in ranking number 2 at this moment. The Dutch team doing well. They need it because they were first on the Europeans and now they are in second place as well. Let's look at the leaderboard. It's updated. We got a confirmation from SAP. No more sweats. Davies Clark in the lead, followed by Van Dongen, Becker and Viegre, if you pronounce it correctly, from Germany. Half Dutch guys. Viegre. I can't pronounce that properly. Grogan Lewis in fourth place, as you can see yourself. Where are our guys?
Yeah, Crockett's a bit further down, but he wasn't too far. Oh, I've lost him again now. He was about 10th. Oh, no, there he is. He's in 7th at the moment. So, again, he's starting to find his feet and move up through the fleet. France 8, you've just highlighted. So, again, he's not in a poor position. British, they had a terrible start. They were... They look like they were third rank. I can't see them at all on here, so they've got a little bit of work to do to catch way up.
Crockett Morton already up in 6th, 5th place even. You see they've chosen the left side of the track, not the right side like the French did, but they're doing well. Lemay, Wilm, that were out on the black flag in the first race, they are making up because they're in first position. They're leading right now according to the SAP system. Nearly closely followed by Crockett Morton. They're changing positions all the time.
Although another German was black flagged in this one, wasn't it? So
yeah, I've heard that there was a German again.
Which number was black flagged? Oh, it was French.
Hong Kong
French.
9. Okay, so we can strike this one from the races. What's wondering me is they are still participating. Why are they not taken out?
Well, they probably won't be told. If they were caught on this actual start, they won't know until they get to the first mark or even to the finish. So if they were caught on this particular start, they'll keep on racing until they're told not to.
But that's really awful for other people because they might block wind and they might interfere.
Yeah, but it's one of these things. If they're unaware of their mistake and that they were caught, they'll just keep on. They'll just keep on racing.
We're going to the windward mark. Australian 226 seems to be losing a little bit of momentum here. Davies Clark in the lead. I think the right side is favourite at this very moment. I can see these guys here. This is Davies Clark, I assume. Yes, Davies Clark in the first position. Because of shifts, it is very difficult to determine where to go to.
Yeah, I mean, this is this wind is flicking, and you can see how spread the fleet is already. With a few guys way back, actually. Lots, but quite well spread. You've got a lot of people have decided to go hard left to get some clear wind. Those on the right seem to have dropped way back. So they're gonna struggle unless there's a big right shift comes in.
Okay. The girls that we've seen earlier doing so well, the Polish girls, don't seem to be doing well in this race at the moment. Did they have a bad start?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is if you've got to get off the start line, and if you end up getting buried by other people and other boats, then you're going to struggle. I've just seen GBR 16 come up on the screen in 16, 18, something like that. So they were there briefly. So if they can get to mid-fleet in this on this beat, then they can catch up from there. But they've got a little bit of work to do.
I'm looking for the GBR 16 to mark them so we can follow where they are. I see them. I have to move the mouse there for a moment and then click on them. But with the leaderboard
keep
changing
moving.
always, like always. Oh, no,
They've gone up,
that's USA.
wrong one. Wrong one. And the Australians have just dropped back as well. I saw them, and then they've gone again. So, yeah, it definitely looks like the pack that came out the middle have got themselves clear.
Yeah, it looks like it. Now, Mercier, they need a good result. Otherwise, they'll have another discard that they don't want
Yeah.
and losing their second position. But they're climbing up in the ranks right now.
Exactly. They didn't have such a bad start this time, and 10th is good. They can, if they can hang on there, they'll be happy with that to secure silver.
There will be, I think. GBR 16 not in a very good position right now. It's swapping a bit. And we have to wait until they pass the mark in order to see what's going on. We have some live images of them arriving at the first mark. We see the same people in lead. It's Clark that's in the lead, followed by Van Dongen and Becker, the Dutch team. They're crossing the line right now. Sorry, crossing the mark, not the line, of course. That's the first team.
That's the Australian girls, isn't it?
It seems like it, yeah. Australian girls, correct. That's Australian girls. And this should be Van Dongen and Becker in second position, going around the mark. French 8 in the background. I see French 8 in the background already. He's made up in this race.
And there's GBR 16.
Oh, they've climbed really, really well. That's a good thing for them.
So the sails with the dots on, they are your leaders. They are your podium. So this is GBR going round with the red dot, and the blue dot was the French. Yellow dot is the Australians.
Leaderboard's not updated yet because I think that GBR 16, which is in 13th position according to the leaderboard, has climbed up tremendously, because certainly what we've seen at the from the live images, they've climbed up tremendously. So let's look at the leaderboard right now, updating. Van Dongen and Becker in second place, Davies Clark in first place, and then it's all a bit swobbly here.
There's a lot of congestion there now. They're rattling round that windward mark.
Okay, let's see if we can increase the size of the image so we can see a little bit better what's going on, and if there are any jibe sets. I'm going to increase the image in size. That should increase. Yes, thank you. It did increase. We're following the fleet right now. Okay, Australians are still in the lead. Davies Clark, the girls, and then Van Dongen and Becker still in second place. They've got a firm lead, I think.
Yeah, they've got a way away. I mean, we can see a little bit of the imagery here, actually, and there's lots of congestion at that windward mark and lots of shouting going on. So you can imagine it's pretty tense out there.
It's pretty tense still around the windward mark, as we see in the live images.
Oh, they're the Australians, only just going round. So what happened to them?
I have no idea. They were 16th, according to the system. They're 16th position right now. So yeah, that'll be not too good for them, actually. Where are Beaumont and Darling? They should have been up in I think.
So I don't think this leaderboard's updated.
No, it's too late in updates. If we look at the images here, then we can see that the leaderboard's not updating. This is the third position, the Polish, Mikhail. And in fourth position, it is at the moment... Oh, that's again the Polish. That's difficult. It's not possible. It's both the same boat. Let's see who is here. Which one is this? This one is Beaumont Darling. They're in third position. Okay.
Third position.
Ranking
so yeah,
third,
so leaderboard still hasn't caught up, but on here we can see it. So
they have taken a jibe. The Dutch have taken a jibe. The Australians
inside the Australians,
yes,
yeah.
Of course
again, you know, that's strategy-wise, tactically, that's the correct thing to do, because if you're in second place, you want to be aggressive and you want to try and get the breeze before the leader. So they've gone inside the leader to try and get in there.
Look at the Slovenians. They again did the same thing. Immediate jibe after setting.
Set, yeah.
No, not jibe set, but immediately after they made a jibe. And look at their pace and look at how much down they're going.
Yeah.
So they're really gaining right now. They were like in a very bad position and now gaining a lot. The Italians are going way up. I don't know what they're doing, but they are going up. Where the Slovenians in the same course are going more down, which is of course favourite.
Yeah, I think they're getting... Yeah, the Italians are trying to protect their wind from the guys behind. The Slovenians, you see, have got a nice big gap, and they can do what they like. They can take the space as they wish. It's quite hard to tell when it's light winds like this. It's so important to protect your wind and to and try and maximise your speed.
Beaumont, Darling seem to have lost some positions according to the leaderboard system. Netherlands in a nice second place, although they are sailing quite a bit higher than the Australians are at 2064.
Yeah. I mean, and France A isn't far behind. I mean, there's, these. This is quite tense. And what I can't see is where Australia is. 20th. Right, so they have dropped back because they were looking pretty good at that first beat.
I think they're down here somewhere because I've got them marked. I can't find them right now, but I've got them marked. So they should be.
Is that them way out to the right? So they have gone and taken a blinder. So they jibed straight round the mark, and they have decided to go way out the outside, which is a risk they might as well take. There's no point following everybody else to see if they can make big gains. So it'll be interesting at the gate, the leeward gate, if they've caught up.
Yeah, well, it doesn't look like it, but they can afford.
Yeah, exactly. They can afford to take risks.
They've got such a lead. They can afford to take major risks. Davies, Clark in lead, followed by Van Dongen, Becker. Beaumont, Darling again in third place. And I hope they're gaining some meters on the Dutch and the Australian in front of them. Now Mercier in fifth position, doing himself a lot of favours again.
Yeah, I mean, this is keeping it all very tight. So tactically, these top guys are sailing very, very well.
We've got some live images coming down. Can't see which is which, but it's nice to see them sailing. Although the quality is not that good, at least we see them sailing, and we see that they're all up and not too much kneeling. The wind is not gusting too hard. 9 knots is well doable, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, actually, this sort of wind strength is one of the hardest. You really have to try and get as much speed as possible, but also get your boat pointing downwind as much as possible. So it's quite a tricky balance to maximise your speed, but also improve your angle.
Davies, Clark are closing in on the gate. What's their position right now of Davies, Clark? Can somebody find out so we can see what's happening in the overall leaderboard?
They certainly went into today as second girls. So this will help them close in on the Polish. Overall, they were 26 though. Again, this will pull them up the ratings.
Yeah, but not anywhere close to medaling.
Not overall, but it will with the girls. They're securing silver girls.
They're securing silver girls. The Australians are already at the gate. They've just rounded the mark and they're in the upwind, as you can see. Beautiful images, a little bit unstable, but that's because of the water. The choppy water is difficult, of course, for the cameraman to stay nice and stable. Okay, let's look a little bit more at what the images look like on SAP. The Dutch are in the second place. Beaumont, Darling nicely in third place. And now Mercier up to fifth. It's really doing well. He's got some speed there that he is always achieving with these light wind conditions. Now Mercier, they're one of the best with these kind of winds.
I mean, this is what they love. This is, I suppose, what they sail in a lot of the time. I think they're from the south of France, and it's the sun shining. It's looked like it's Mediterranean conditions. Right, we're just seeing some visuals of GBR 16 going around. They look like they've got a nice gap in third, so they'll be pleased with that.
Oh, they'll be absolutely pleased with that. Other boats are rounding the mark at this very moment. You can see they choose either left or the right side, which is their choice in the gate. Dropping their spinnakers, then going up against the wind again and going to the windward mark.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few people go around left and some around the right-hand gate. So that means this course is lovely and fair and square. And so the sailors can pick which side to go, which does make for very good racing.
Indeed, very good racing at the moment. The leaderboard stays the same. There's not much difference there. There's some in the back there, 10th, 11th, 12th position. That's changing. But the three leaders are firmly in the front. The Australians, however, are way, way back. Which position are they at the moment?
Well, it looks like they're in the 20th.
30th. Oh, Bart is informing us that they're in 30th position. This will be their discard. Well, but they can afford it.
Yeah, but they've already got one, 30th. So, this will be their second one, and which means that coming into the last race, they will have no, they've got to pull out all stops and protect their position.
Otherwise, there'll be silver. And Gwendal does it again.
Or bronze. Who knows?
It's possible. It's possible.
Anything's possible.
With sailing, everything is possible. That's true. Okay, leaderboard stays nearly the same, although Van Dongen and Becker seems to have lost. They chose the wrong side, I guess, because according to the system, they are losing momentum at this moment. They are actually going down to 6th position. And Lamai Willem, that were up in the first beat, they climb up again. Beaumont Darling securely in the 3rd position, but of course it's a long stretch up to the mark.
Yeah, well, I think the difference there was that the first 3 boats that rounded the right-hand gate and have taken the right-hand track, whereas I think some of the boats behind were forced left, and they also got covered by the boats coming down. So that's quite hard when you've got the boats coming down the course, getting in your way as you're trying to sail up the course.
As you can see, the girls have chosen the left side and the Dutch have chosen the right side. I don't think the right side is favourite right now.
At the moment, it's it looks like the girls have got the better angle. But actually, if you look at the wind arrow at the top, you would have thought the guys on the right would be tacking across. But they perhaps know something that I don't know.
Well, maybe they see the wind or see clouds coming that we can't see right here. Yeah. Let's take a short look if there are any clouds out there. It doesn't look like cloudy. It looks like fairly sunshine. So I think we should immediately go back to the SAP images and see that what's going on.
Now, we watch GBR 16. France 8 has tacked, so he'll go. Here we go. He's going to tack onto him and just loosely keep between the mark and himself, because GBR 16s needs to keep close to France, and I think they're just going to leave the Australians to do whatever they do.
I think they're down here. I don't think they are any threat at the moment.
Oh, there we go, yeah,
they'll be down here. So I don't think they're any threat at the moment for the first positions. I think that will be their discard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, looking at the leaderboard and looking at the images, I think that the Dutch made a correct decision because their gap to the Australians seemed to have decreased instead of increased, and they're defensive towards the French guy and the Great Britain guy, although I think Van Dongen and Becker don't have anything to do in the top 3.
No, they're probably too many points behind to affect the top 3 now. The top 3 really seem to have... Oh, here we go. I'm looking at some results. So if we go at the results as they stand, Australia will have 19, France 8, 40, and GBR 16, 59, with Ned 21 moving up to 4th overall, but with 85 points. So it's, the top 3 are still quite secure.
The top 3 seems to be quite secure, and the fight that's going on at the water is only a fight at the water, not for positions. Of course, the Dutch will improve on their position in the top 10, but the Australians, although not in the lead right now, they're in the middle of the fleet, they will not be threatened by any of this because they still have a very good discard. The girls will improve their position in the girls' fleet. The Dutch will improve very well in their position, and the French, well, he's doing really well. He's just showing that he's one of the better sailors around. And Beaumont Darling will stay in 3rd position as it looks right now.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the wind is pretty stable. It's just flicking a little bit right and left, and so these guys are just playing it safe up the middle. If you look further back down the fleet, you see a few people trying to bang a corner, perhaps to catch up, but the majority of the fleet, they're just taking it easy up the middle.
Indeed they do. We're watching the SAP images coming through us live from the tracking system. We're so glad that they are here with all their analytics and showing us the leaderboard, showing us all the ships that are sailing around. TrackTrack is for us a very important system to follow, and also a very good system to improve your sailing if you want. You can analyze your races, you can see where you went wrong, what you should have done different, and I think that's an important thing to do. Nothing much changes in the top 3 of this race. Now Mercier moved up a little bit. He's now in 3rd position according to the system. It's all a little bit dependent on the wind, which is not gusty at all. It's 7.2, 7.4 knots of wind, and there are no clouds. So there will be not a lot of changes in the wind direction, nor will there be a lot of change in gusts. We're going up to the windward mark. Not such a big distance anymore. It's the distance is doable. They can see the mark right now. We're waiting for live images of our camera crew that are at the water, trying to give us some live footage of the boat sailing. It seems that Beaumont Darling are in a slightly better course than the Dutch are. If I look at the images here, the Dutch have to go way to the left, where the Great Britons can still go on a straight line.
Yeah, the British team, they just need the wind to flick slightly further right, and then they'd get a nice lift up to the mark. Whereas the Dutch boys, they've hung themselves out a bit to the left, so they're a bit unprotected. If the wind doesn't flick for them, they might lose out a little bit on this one.
Okay, looking at the images right now, we're waiting for live images, which seem to be coming in a minute, because I see some changes in my left-hand side of the screen that you can't see, of course, at this moment. We'll give them to you live as soon as we can. We have live images, and I'm pretty sure that the live images will be showing you who's in the lead. Slovenians still are doing really well. I mean, you see, they're young, but they're still doing well. They're still trying to move up in the fleet. Here are live images. I think the Australians, the girlies, the 2064 in front, still in the lead, of course. Going up to the windward mark here. Nice of the guys to make some live images here. And
it's quite choppy. I mean, you think it's quite light winds, but those boats are bouncing around. That's probably why you're finding some of these guys are really taking some distance, because they're really getting the speed up, even with this lumpy water.
Okay, it's a very close pack. The GBR 16, the Dutch 21 and the French 8. There's a very close pack there. I think they're all very close to each other. And let's look at the guys, Crockett Morton. They are moving up again. They were in 30th position. Now they're in 18th position, moving up a little bit. Okay, looking at the images, whoops, that's a bit off. They're rounding the mark right now. We've seen that just happening with the girls. There's the Dutch 21. Rounding the mark right now. Let's see if we can see them hoisting their spinnaker. Yeah, there they are, hoisting the spinnaker. They're a little bit slow.
That's France.
That's France, exactly.
France 8.
France 8. Oh, they've taken...
So the Dutch have dropped... Is that the Dutch?
Yeah, that's the Dutch.
Dutch have dropped back.
Yeah, they dropped back. Oh, that's awkward.
So something's happened. Who rounded second then? Did we?
I think that this is a little bit behind, but I think the French rounded second, and I can't see...
Yeah,
and
French second, Dutch third, and GBR 16 fourth.
I think so, yeah. I think you're absolutely right. That's the order of business right now. Okay, let's go back to the images of SAP. The live images don't tell us enough to what's going on. Girls firmly in the lead, followed by French, and the Dutch indeed in third position, and the GBR 16 in fourth position, according to SAP. And I think that's the correct order, as we've seen it passing by the first mark.
Yeah, look at the wind though. The wind has dropped right off, and it is looking tough. And that's probably how France got through, because he is so good in this light stuff. And he's managed to sniddle his way round and get in front of the other two boats.
We see some other boats passing the mark. You see them working hard, hoisting their spinnakers. There's not too much wind, but you still see them all the way out in the trapeze.
Yeah, I think the wind's picked up. I think there was just a drop there just for a minute or so, and now they're back on. We're building up now, 4 knots again. But we really need this wind to hold if we're going to get a third race in. So let's hope it doesn't crap out. This may be sea breeze effect starting to affect the wind and drop it down?
I think so, yeah. I think that it and in fact is a sea breeze that is dropping in right now. The earth is heating up at the moment.
Yeah.
It's quite nice and comfy outside. Order is Davies Clark in first position. According to the system, it's the Dutch in second, but I think it's now Mercier in second position and the GBR 16 in fourth. I think that should also be the finishing order, which won't affect us too much. Let's look at the Crockett Morton guys. They're in 19th position or 18th position right now, according to the system. Will it affect the leaderboard?
No, I think if they stay in that again, it'll be their second discard, and they're just going to have to, perform on the last race. I mean, they've still got a comfortable 15-point lead, so they've just got to make sure they keep within, 15 points of second. So of the France 8. So I think they'll still feel fairly confident.
Right, we've seen some live images of the USA boat going down. Spinnaker up, guys sitting inside, and you can see that the wind indeed has dropped tremendously. USA 2003 trying to gain some momentum here with the very light wind conditions. Still guys going upwind at the same time. And we're going to look at what is the actual situation on SAP. We see that Davies Clark still in the lead, followed by Niall Mercier. As I predicted before, they are gaining a lot on the Dutch 21, Van Dong and Becker, and the GBR 16 in fourth position, Beaumont Darling. I think the Beaumont Darling are really establishing their third position right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they can't lose anymore, I think.
Well, I think it'll be interesting. The points difference, the top three are just are getting away from the rest of the fleet, really. And I think it's going to be really for them to lose. The top three are going to have to have some major problems to drop out of the podium now.
Yeah, well, that's for certain. The Dutch are gaining a little bit of speed on the French, and they're a little bit more up than the French. So it's a bit of a fight going on there. The wind is shifting to the right, but it's a very, very light wind conditions. As you can see, 3.8 knots is not too much to sail in. It might take over 35 minutes for them to finish this race. Race order has not changed too much. Davies Clark still staying in the lead, followed by Niall Mercier, Van Dongen Becker. They are fighting for second place, but it doesn't make a big difference. I'm pretty sure that Niall Mercier will stay in second place no matter what, because Van Dongen Becker, they can't do them any harm.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. France 8 are going to certainly get a foothold on silver really with this race. I've got some interesting stats in front of me here about the girls. At the moment, the Polish girls 2-3-5-8 are really strong and seem to have an unassailable lead with 105 points at the moment. Silver in the girls is Davies Clark, the Australians, with 137, and then way behind them Denmark and GBR. So I think the Danish girls, Schmidt and Schmidt, are pretty secure on bronze unless something goes wrong for them in the last race.
That's good information. Thank you very much for that. Keep you updated on the actual situation at the Gold Fleet right now. As I've said before, it won't make a major difference in the results overall, because it's been established that the Crockett Morton team, now in 17th position, will not be affected. They've still got a discard unless they fuck up, sorry for the word, the last race. They are firmly in the lead for the gold medal here on the World Series. Your guys, Beaumont Darling, by doing a fourth position or a third position, depending on the finishing order, but it will be something like that, will do themselves a favor as well, and keeping up third position. I think that Niall Mercier is untouchable for them.
Yeah, I think, well, they know that it's Gwendole's conditions like this, and they're just pleased, I think, to be within the hunt and close on his tail, because they do prefer to have a bit more breeze, and if there was another 10 knots, they'd be smiling, but they're just hanging on him.
The wind's picking up a bit again, like we see in the top left corner of the image. It's 7 knots sometimes, but it's very difficult sailing, I think.
Yeah, I think we really need to keep our fingers crossed that this breeze holds and that we don't get the sea breeze trying to knock it back. because that'll be a real shame if the final race ends up being postponed and we're having to wait around for the wind to fill back in from a different direction.
Absolutely true. Looking at the order of the race right now, it's still Davis, Clark in the first position. I think that they are actually losing a little bit of speed right now, and the French might take over their position.
Yeah,
If
it
you
looks
look
to
at
me like France 8 and
the Dutch are really
the
fighting
Dutch
for the
yeah,
first
are going to
two
take them.
places. Yeah, I think so too. It looks like it. So French and the Dutch are fighting for the lead. What will it do to the Dutch guys? Do we have a leaderboard update for the Dutch guys? Will they climb up to 4th or 5th place if they do this result? I'm looking at Bart right now. He's looking.
Yeah,
They will be in fourth position. Of course, like I said, 1, 2, and 3 are untouchable. But the Dutch will do themselves a large favour by ending up in 2nd or 3rd or 1st place. I don't think 1st place will be doable, but 2nd or 3rd will be doable for this race. And that keeps them an overall position of 4th in the leaderboard.
Yes.
And they started today at 6, so that's a big improvement, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's a very big improvement. And 4th position is a very, very nice thing for the Dutch team. I have some live images coming towards the mark, actual images of what's going on in the track in the race. They're closer to each other than you think they would be.
This is very close.
It's very close.
The French have got inside the Australian girls. So it looks like the French are going to win this, and it looks to me like the Dutch may even get the Australians, because the Aussie girls would have lost so much speed by getting sailed over.
Yeah, the French definitely in the lead, definitely finishing first. Images are a bit blurry, but we can still recognize the black spinnaker of the French 8. Gwendol now does it again. I don't think it'll make any difference for his position. He'll remain in silver position for overall, but it's a very nice race win for him. You see him crossing the line, I think right now. That's a coach boat in the back, but just a bit further down, I'm pretty sure he'll be crossing the line of the finish. That's the finish line. At this very moment, he's passing the finish line. He will be dropping his Janneke quite soon. Let's see who's in second position. I'm quite curious to see who's in second position. I'm pretty sure that here we are. You see, that's the mark. Now they're finishing, and they've won. Incredible. You see that they're followed up by the Australian girls, and the Dutch 21 is in third position. We have the girls coming in over the finish right now. They've just passed the finish, and that's the Dutch 21. Is it? Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And the German has overtaken GBR 16, so Gwendol Lame has caught up well as well.
But that doesn't make any difference for the positions in the races, in the results of this day.
No.
I think that everything will remain the same. With the discard, the Australians, although they do a very, very bad race at this very moment, they have a discard, and it won't change their position on the first, on gold in the gold races. Yeah. And the second position is for France, and the third is for GBR 16. What should happen for that to change? I mean, if we do a last race, what could still happen? I mean, are the Dutch any threat to your British girls, British boys?
Well, not here. There's 25 points in it, and the unless I think the Dutch have to win. Yeah, I don't think they can catch them because the British, their discard is the 17th.
So no matter what happens, I think that the places are secured.
I think it's pretty secure now because
even though if they do a back flag, they will still have hold positions.
Because even counting a 17 and your guys, the Dutch guys winning, they still won't be able to catch up 25 points.
Okay, looking at Crockett Morton, they're now in 12th position. Suppose they finish in 12th position and do a black flag in the next race. What will happen?
So they have got 15-point lead, the Australians. So if they counted the 12th, they still can't be beaten. So I think we've got it. I think we've got our gold, silver, bronze secure. We'll just get that confirmed. And
but it looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it looks like it.
Yeah. But
yeah, of course they have to finish first. As our
Yeah,
Our
and we
Bart
don't, and we
telling
don't
us-
know. To be fair, we don't know if there are any protests going on. You know, we don't know about the jury. You
Okay,
know,
true, but yeah,
there are other, you know, variables that may come and affect it. But at the moment,
It
it
seems
looks
quite
like we've
secure.
got our gold, silver, bronze.
Okay. I think for the moment we'll stop reporting. We'll be back for the third and final race. It might not be as exciting anymore because we are pretty sure what's going on in the leaderboard as we see other boats finishing. But I'm pretty sure that the 1, 2, and 3, the gold, silver, and bronze medal are already taken. There should be like a lot of changes and a protest for that to change. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be there, of course, for the last live report of the day in the Gold Fleet. Hope to see you there very much soon. Back live again for the last race of the Gold Series. I want to take a short look with you to the leaderboard before we go live into the sailing, because actually I think nothing matters anymore. If you look at the leaderboard right now, Crockett Morton in a very solid first place with only 19 points in total. Niall Mercier, 34 points, firmly in second place, and Beaumont Darling, 60 points. And whatever happens, I don't think Van Dongen Becker can catch them anymore.
Yeah, I think you're right, because if you look at the screen, the discard for Beaumont Darling is 17. So if they have to count that 17, it really won't matter, because they're still 26 points ahead of the Netherlands 21. So even if Ned 21 wins, they won't be able to catch up. And same really with the gold and the silver boats. They're none of them could really catch the other.
I think we're getting ready for the start. I'm going to the live images that we are producing with our camera. In the meanwhile, I'll try to switch to the images of SAP live from the race details. Getting my hands dirty here to make that happen.
Postponement's up.
Postponement is up, so we'll have to wait for another moment. Okay, let's talk a bit more about the situation at hand with the leaderboard. If you look at the numbers that are on fourth position, fifth, and so on, they are very, very close to each other.
Yeah, and I think that's really where the fight's going to be. It's going to be from, fourth has got quite a nice cushion on fifth. But yeah, fourth down to way down. I mean, then the results just get so tight. I know that in everybody wants to get a special number, and the top 25 boats leave this event able to use their position as their sail number.
But if you look at the order here, I mean, look down at number 20, Spain, 156 points. 19, the Slovenians, 155 points. 146, 144, 142, 138.
Yeah.
It's also very, very close. Up to, I think, 119. I think that 8 till 20, it is a very, very small gap.
Odile had a bad one in the last one. Look, she's dropped down. She was, wasn't she fifth? Where was she? She was seventh.
Seventh position,
So she's dropped a little bit after today. She won't be pleased with that 36.
But Nardis Mackenzie's the same, 38. The Postma Bramervaar combination did a 47. Of course, the Hong Kong 9 had a black flag, so they couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
The French made up a little bit, so they've gained some positions. Van Leyen Bramervaar, which were actually doing well in the second race, and still made a 10, but got a 29 in the last race. Actually, these places, like the positions 13 till let's say 8, they're all for grabs.
Yeah. And if can we scroll further down to look at where we get to the end of the numbers? So 25 is where you get your personal number. So if we get down here to this is what the guys want. They want to have a number. So 25th, 26th, and 27th, all British. So they are scrapping it out to get that final number, and their points are very close: 173, 178, and 190. So it's these are the guys that really want to leave here with a special number on their sail. The Slovenians have caught up a little bit today. They've got up to 19th with a 3rd and an 8th. So that's seen them climb.
I will scroll up a little bit to make sure that we can see what's going on at this very moment in the leaderboard. As you see here, if it's responding, it would be nice to respond. Yeah, okay. I think that if you look at the leaderboard right now, the positions after number 8 are nearly the same.
Yeah, very, very close, very tight.
Okay, Bart is joining us and he has some information.
Yes, I have an update from the race committee. They are postponing due to wind shifts, and they are now first finishing the other fleet that's on the course, and then they will go in a second try to get the 10th race of the Gold Fleet done.
Good. We'll be waiting for race 10. As Bart said, there's been a postponement. We don't know how long it'll take for this postponement to finish. But as soon as the racing starts, we'll be back for you live with some reports and some information. As we've said already before, the numbers 1, 2 and 3 are established, or there must be like really odd situations with juries and protests, but it doesn't seem like it. Then the first 3 positions are given. The Australians are in the lead, Crockett and Morton. Gwendol Now and Lillian Mercier, which is a guy, by the way, Lillian Mercier. It sounds like a boy, like a girl, but it's a boy. And Crispin Beaumont and Tom Darling in 3rd place. The Dutch, 21, Cas van Dongen and Robin Becker, can't catch up unless they are doing magic. I mean, then really they have to do magic, but I think it's impossible.
Well, I think you're right, but the thing about sailing and racing is the impossible can happen and does happen on occasion. So we can't write it off. But I think the first 3 are feeling pretty confident now, and they'll be rolling out their flags. And as I said earlier, the Australians are going to be humming Waltzing Matilda or whatever else other Australian song they like to sing.
I think they can go home, drink a cup of tea and don't even sail and still win the race. I mean, I think they still win the overall competition. I think they will be gold medal no matter what. I think if they go home now and just have a cup of tea or a beer, they'll be winning as well.
Well, the crew's old enough to have a beer, so he's probably got his amber nectar tucked in his life jacket.
Yeah, the crew is, but the helm is not. But maybe the crew buys beer for the helm. Okay, for now we'll wait for the start of the Gold Fleet. There's an indefinite proposal for the moment, a postponement for the moment because of the wind shifts. And when we have some information, when the other fleet that is sailing on the same course has finished, we'll be back to you with the live report. Welcome back. We are ready for the last and final race of the day in Gold Fleet. SAP is telling us 4 minutes 14 to start, and we can look at the live images as well, because we have some live images available for you guys. That will show us that indeed the flag is up. It's a bit garbly as before, but the yellow flag is up, which means that we're going to race in a few minutes. 3:55 to start on the SAP system. I think we are closing in a bit on the gap in time-wise.
Yeah. But good to see
Latency.
that. Good to see that the wind's still up, because I was a bit worried that it would start to drop this time of day. But it's still looking good, and hopefully we can get this last one in, and a well-deserved world champion will be crowned.
Yeah, well, we can safely say that the world champion, unless there are really, really odd circumstances in juries or protests or other unseen things, that the number one, the winner, is known, and they're from Australia.
That's right. I mean, and well-deserved winners they are too. So let's just hope that this final race is a masterclass in how to secure a championship.
And Gwendal now in second position. He was the European champion last year. He sort of lost on the last day, actually, in the Europeans this year in Norway, but he made up for that by becoming second silver medalist in the Worlds here.
Exactly. He didn't really perform in Norway, but it was quite breezy, and he didn't really have the speed of actually the Dutch boats. They were the ones that flew out in Norway, and they got first and second. With another Brit who hasn't performed this week, but another Brit was bronze. But good to see Gwendal really finding his form again and catching up today.
And nowhere to be seen, the Dutch guys right now, because if you look at both Peter and Daniel, that were gold medalists in Europeans, they can't be found on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Nowhere.
Well, it's just different conditions. I mean, the Norway was flat out wiring full power, and they thrived in that. Whereas this week, we've had a few days of breeze, but not really full on windy weather. It has just been full power.
I think the start's about to happen. We have asked Bart to come join us and tell us a little bit about where are the Dutch two guys that were first gold medalists on the Europeans and silver medalists on the Europeans. Talking about Peter and Daniel, that were gold, and Lars wasn't the helm at that moment, but at least Quinten was crewing.
Yes, Peter van Leyen and Bramevaar are in 13th position right now, and Lars Posma and Bramevaar are in 10th position.
Okay, but I think they should really do a very good race considering their last results in order to stay in those positions, because as we've seen before, Debbie, all these positions 8 and beyond are very, very close to each other.
I think that's exactly it, that the guys from 8th down to 20th have really got to make sure that they hold their nerve for the last race.
I think the pin end seems to be favourite at this start, because if you look at the starting vessel here, there's nobody here except for the Australians, which don't care anymore. They just have to finish the race. They don't even have to finish the race, but they all finish the race no matter what. Everyone seems to be at the pin end. If you look at the images from SAP, you see the same thing. They are all at the pin end. If we look at the live images, you see that it's nearly empty where the Australians are, and they should be racing in a minute, I think. Although there must be a postponement again. We can check whether there's a postponement or not. Bart is checking at the moment if there is a postponement. It seems like it. If I look at the images, yes, it is postponed. We have just received confirmation. As you can see, the AP flag hanging up there. It is indeed postponed. There's an AP flag hanging. Will there be a third race, Debbie? What do you reckon?
Well, I think there will be, but that was a wind shift that came right at the end, and it just wasn't a fair start. So the race officer quite rightly decided to postpone it and wait for the wind to settle before trying again.
The wind is stable, 5 to 6, 7 knots, but it's shifty.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. He's got to make sure it calms down for the start. I mean, yeah, it can shift once they're racing. It can shift, and then it's up to the competitors to work out which is the paying shift and where they should go. But on the start line, you need it to be fair, and that's why he's postponed it.
I think it's a fair decision to postpone right now. I think that, of course, it's really good for these guys that are like in 5th position towards 12 to race. But the 3 top guys, I think they can go home or not.
Well, I suppose they could. I mean, in a way, what the Australian's done there is he sat at the committee boat end, knowing that the rest of the fleet were battling out at the other end of the line, and he's just keeping clean. And I'm surprised that we didn't see the French and the British sort of hanging around with him, really.
Well, I don't think they have to. I mean, whatever result they will do right now, it doesn't make a difference because they'll be 1, 2 and 3 anyway. Okay, meanwhile, we're looking at some live images of the start, which will take another couple of minutes because there's a postponement, an AP flag hanging from the starting vessel. They've postponed the start, and that might be another minute or 2 before they put it down. The AP seems to be down. If I look at the starting vessel, there's no more AP, which means that we're starting another procedure. Orange flag is up, and that means that anywhere between now and 4 minutes, we will have a yellow flag up to signal the start of the last race. 5 minutes to start is being called right now by Bart, which means that this is the final race of a very exciting week here in Medemblik. We really enjoyed the sailing, all kinds of weather. Very strong winds, but also very light winds.
And that really has been the overriding thing for this week. We've had great difference in sailing conditions, and you want the world champion to be able to sail in anything. You want them to be able to compete and race at a high level in light and medium and breeze, and we've had a bit of all conditions this week. So the world champion will be well deserved.
I think it's very well deserved. I mean, we've had all kinds of conditions here. Not really strong winds, but like anything between 5 knots and 20 knots. So not really amazingly strong, but still very tough conditions to sail under, especially in Medemblik, where, as we all know, sailing is a bit more complex. 4 minutes to start, according to SAP, as we can see. The boats are lining up. Again, it seems to be that the other side is favored. There's a bit of garbling images, but they seem to be all gathering at the pin end.
Yeah, perhaps the race officer wants to calm his heart down or something, so he wants them all the other end so he doesn't have to deal with them.
Well, as you can see, the pin end is a bit in the favor right now. I mean, if I move my mouse cursor here, you will see that the wind shifts a little bit to the left all the time, and actually the pin end should have been here, I think, compared to where the starting vessel is.
Oh, right,
right
so it looks
there.
like you might have moved the pin then, because it's actually, well, our live images aren't really following the tracker, but at the moment on the tracker it looks like everybody wants to be around the committee boat, but on our live images they're all at the pin end, so I'm not quite sure why that would be.
Well, we will have to wait and see what the start does. The start is still progressing. I mean, we don't have postponement right now. We are still waiting for things to go. Yeah, it seems like we're going to have a start. Black flag is up again for the last race, as we can see in the back end of the boat. Black flag is up, and our cameraman is doing his best to make some images for us. 2 minutes 40 to the start, according to SAP. Might be a little bit less where the live images are concerned. We'll monitor if the black flag goes down, so we know that there's 1 minute left. Again, the black flag rule, which means that if you cross the line in the last minute, you'll be out. Would it have any consequences for the British, for example, if they have a black flag?
No, because they're still they've got too much of a big buffer on the guys behind. So, I mean, that's why you'll see that the top guys will be way back from the line. I think we'll see the 3 dots, the yellow, blue and red dot boats well back and being very conservative off this. So it'll be interesting to see if any of them will be near the front.
Black flag still up, which means that we've got more than 1 minute to go till start, as is confirmed by SAP. We'll wait for that black flag to go down and see what's happening in the last minute. And as Debbie said, they'll be holding back because they don't need a black flag. They don't want a black flag. They want to finish the race. And Well,
Well, it's
so
a bit of an anticlimax. I think that's the thing. If you finish on a black flag, it won't make a big difference to their results. But it's they'll want to get some clean racing in. I mean, the other option is they'll just start at a completely different end of the line to everybody else, and just hope for clear air, and they still might do well.
Well, let's hope they do well, because it will be nice finishing. We just saw the black flag going down, which means that we're 1 minute away from start. And as you can see, that we're 15 seconds behind on the SAP system, which is not a lot. We'll track the SAP system until we have some new live images for you of the start. It seems to me that the pin end is favored again. If we look at the gathering of boats at the pin end seems to be favored again.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's pushing down that way, and looking at the arrow at the top of the wind's flicking, but certainly still left is favour. Well, mind you, there's a big flick right then. So, you know what, this is going to be quite an interesting start.
I think it will be a quite interesting start, to be honest. And when flicking left and right, it will be difficult as well. I'm not sure if the race officer will progress with this race or not, if he will put a postponement in again, because it seems to me that it's very difficult to race a race under these circumstances with 4.8 knots of wind,
recall.
and then general recall, like I predicted. General recall, it was coming, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. You could see that everybody was too far down the pin end, and it was always likely.
Okay, so we'll have to wait another probably 10 minutes because there's a general recall. What will happen in the back of the fleet? I mean, the guys that don't have numbers from 25 till 50 or 26 till 50, they won't get a number like the other ones do.
No. So they retain their normal sail number, so they will stay the same. It's the ones 25 upwards who are offered the new sail number for that year.
Okay, so the first 25 will get a new sail number, and that's a position in the finals of in the results of the World Series.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is that you can actually sail with your special number with somebody else. So I'm not quite sure how the class organises that, but
I suppose that you have a crew with a new helm and a helm with a new crew. Would they both be allowed to sail with the same number?
Yeah, that's right. So it's a bit of a peculiar one, really, that you're allowed. It doesn't stay with the whole team; it can carry on to other teams.
But that's a bit awkward situation, because if the helm will sail with that number and the crew would sail with that number, that would be an awkward situation.
Yeah, very, very difficult.
Okay, we're waiting for race 10 to start. As you've seen, we had a black flag, so I'm pretty sure that we'll have a black flag for the next start as well. Last race of the day, as we've said before, the three winners, the gold, silver, and bronze medal are given, unless there are really, really funny things happening with protests. But we can rest assured that the Australians will be first, Tom Crockett and Harry Morton. The French Gwendal Nau and Lilian Marchais will be second, and Great Britain 16. Crispin Beaumont and Tom Darling will be third, and that makes the person next to me quite happy, because she's the mother of Tom Darling, so I'm pretty sure she's very pleased.
I'm very pleased. Yeah, he's the two of them. This is their third season. They've been together for 2 years. Nearly just over 2 years, so they've put a lot of effort in, and as you said earlier, they finished second here last year and really wanted to podium again. The person that beat them last year is France 8, who is
beating them
again this year. But they, they've had some good battles with Gwendal over the year, with the boys, GBR 16 coming out on top at Garda, where they won the Garda Euro Cup. So it's been good competition in Europe this year, and what's nice is that the Europeans, we've caught up with the Southern Hemisphere lot, because we've had a few years where the Australians, the New Zealanders have sort of dominated, so it's quite nice that we're catching them a little bit.
Well, again they're dominating, and by quite a bit as well. If you look at the results and the number of points, the Aussies seem to be a lot better at sailing than we are.
Well, they've got some real talent, but what's really worked is they brought in an experienced crew has come and brought in a novice, if you like, and shown him the rope, given him the skill set and the knowledge to carry on the success for the Australian team. And there's a lot to be said for being able to pass down your experience and your knowledge. And now the helm can, find perhaps somebody his age and come back and win it again in the future.
That would be lovely if he can do it again. Meanwhile, we are waiting for the start to happen. There seems to be some odd things going on with the images from SAP on my system, apparently, because the trails are not correct. We're going to correct that. In the meanwhile, please stay with us, bear with us, and we'll be doing a live coverage of the last race in gold in a minute. just want to let you know that we've just received information from the race officers that 13:45 local time in the Netherlands will be the start of the last race of the Gold Fleet. So bear with us, another 6 minutes to go before the start of the last race of the day. Welcome back. As you can see, the wind has shifted a little bit to the right and the race officer has commenced his starting procedure. We can see that the black flag is up. If we look at the live images, we can see that the black flag is indeed up on the left side of the starting vessel, which means that they are in procedure to start. And we're going to track the last race live of today. Although the three winners, the gold, silver and bronze, are already known to us, unless there are like really odd mistakes in the SAP system, or there must be like real big protests. Okay, let's look at the starting line. As we can see, the wind has shifted a little bit more to the right, even further, and we're 2 minutes away from the start. Starting vessel is showing us the black flag nicely, telling us that we have a situation whereby you can't pass the starting line. Of course, it's not a real line. It's just a imaginary line at the water that you can't start between the starting vessel and the counter start vessel on the other side of the track in the last minute, which will give you a penalty of not being able to race. You get the maximum points, 50. The participants in the Gold Fleet +1 is 51 points. So, with 1 minute 38 to go, we're waiting for everything to happen. Debbie, no changes, not for the top three.
Not really, but I think everybody wants to finish on a high, and they want their points to be as close as possible. So they're all going to be hoping to have a fair race and be able to confirm their position. I mean, it does look like, oh, here we are, we're back on some live coverage, live pictures. You can see Tom and Crispin with the Zyke on the sail and the red dot going behind everybody. They're not going to push it. They're not going to try and push the line at the moment.
We're in the last minute.
And it looks pretty close. This is quite good. So the actual start line is the pole with the orange flag on the top and the yellow class flag underneath. And then the imagining line goes all the way down to the orange flag at the other end.
So we're going to focus not on the number 1, 2 and 3. We're actually going to focus on the numbers 4 till like 10, because that's still very much open. At the moment, in 4th position is the NED 21, Cas van Dongen and Robin Becker. They can't catch up to the Great Britain 16, Crispin Beaumont and Tom Darling, but they can still lose their position.
Yeah, I mean they're all going to be working hard to retain their positions overall.
We're 12 seconds away from the start. Actually, I think that we have already started on the live images, as you can see here. Well, you can't see it very properly, but we did have a start. I don't think there is a general recall. We're going to concentrate on the NED Van Dongen Becker and on Lemay William and the Polish girls, because they are in 4th, 5th and 6th position with only a few points between them. 86 points for the Dutch Van Dongen Becker and Lemay William with 95 points, and the girls with 106 points. And after them, the Danish 2-3-7-5, Kirketerp and Wright Olsen with 107 points. They're all very close.
So if we look at the tracker, you can see that actually a left shift must have come in just off the start, because everybody has tacked onto port and the winds drop right off. So this is going to be a tricky race. This is going to be different to what we've seen, and we might see different people at the front with this light conditions.
Yeah, they are sitting nearly inside, which means that there are no gusts of wind. As we can see here also, it's 4.9 knots on the SAP system. Leaderboard is slowly building up. We can't see who's in the lead right now. We'll be doing that in a few minutes. Talk about the positions 4 till 11. You got like Aruba 2177, Odile van Aanholt with Bart Lambrix. The Dutch Aruban combination in 8th position with 119 points. They're way behind on the Danish. I don't think they'll be able to catch them.
No. The thing with all of these guys is they've all got bad discards, so they cannot afford to have a bad one in this, otherwise they'll drop right out the back door. And you might find somebody way behind catching them up, because although it might seem that there's 20 or 40 points separating 8th to 15th, well, if you finish at the back of the fleet today, that might make the difference in this overalls.
We're looking at the winners of the nearly sure winners of this regatta, this World Championship. The Australian guys, 2262, Crockett and Morton. Although they are not important anymore for the racing, I mean, they can't make any difference anymore. They'll win no matter what.
Well, yeah, but they still want to secure. They want to come away with an amazing win. They don't want to just go out in a simper, if you like. They want to go out with a bang, and I'm sure that if they can again get a top 3 in this race, then they'll come away pretty happy that they can achieve in whatever wind, because this is light, and if they can be top 3 in this sort of wind strength, they'll be delighted.
We're waiting for the updates of the leaderboard in SAP, which they're working hard on as with every race. We don't know exactly who's going to win, but I think that 2497 Marcelini Brill, the USA boat, is ranking 1, as we can see confirmed here in ranking 1. Still not updated on the leaderboard, but they are in the lead.
Yeah, and they're way down the fleet. So it just shows you that some of the guys from the back might be getting some good results in this one.
Will this mean that light wind conditions are favourable to them?
Could be. Some are going home. Look, you can see sailing away from the start line. So they've obviously decided that their race isn't worth continuing with. So we've got New Zealand coming home. And who else have we got leaving? Just so parents know to go and get the trolley.
Well, they'll be getting a trolley. Can't see which numbers are there,
Yeah.
but I mean, yeah, there's some of them going home. Isn't it a bit unfair to go home? I mean, you are participating in a race, and I think you should continue till the end.
Yeah, well, perhaps they thought they got caught black flag, or perhaps they had such a bad start. No black flags.
No black flags.
No black
It's
flags
now
on that
been
one.
confirmed.
So these guys must have decided that they had a bad start, wasn't worth continuing. So they want to get on the slipway, boat packed away.
You can see that they're still trying to put some weight into the boat, and the wind is picking up a little bit, but not too much. They're not fully stretched, are they?
No, it's held, but it's still lighter than the first two races we've had.
Okay, let's look at the leaderboard, or not leaderboard, but at the leaders. I think these ones are still the leaders. This Marcelini, Brill, are in the lead, waiting for the update of the leaderboard by SAP.
Net 20, you just hovered over there.
I'm not sure.
There. Oh.
This one is... Which one is this? This is Posma Bramerfire in ranking 3rd at the moment. We're not looking at any leaderboard right now on the left-hand side of the screen. The updates are coming. We hope. Yeah, now they're coming. Apparently, the order has changed. Posma Bramerfire in the lead. This is funny. I mean, we haven't seen them in the last 2 races. We have seen them on the first 2 days of racing. And now again, they're there. Apparently, they favour these conditions, or maybe had a lucky start.
Yeah, I think it's all about holding your nerve in these light winds on the start line, and there'll be some people that held back because they didn't want a black flag to finish with, and others were the ones who took advantage of that.
Remember Davies and Clark from last race, they were doing really well, and now again they are in 3rd position. Apparently left side of the track is favourable because the current leaders are on left side of the track. There's somebody taking a photograph here of the situation at hand. Okay, if we look at the wind shifts, it shifts a bit to the right and a bit to the left back. So you can't tell at this very moment who's in the lead, although the system says that they're in the lead. I think that it's incorrect because this boat apparently should be in the lead. The tracker is not updating apparently. That's the problem. Okay, now I know why we can't see the images. There they are. Okay, who's this? Please give me something. Yes. The Slovenians again. USA. Okay, Marcelini Brill again in the lead, or still in the lead, although the leaderboard says different. I don't think that's the truth. I mean, to be honest, I don't think that the leaderboard is correct at this very moment. I think it's a bit different from what we see. So let's flick them off for one more time and wait until we have an updated leaderboard from SAP. Everything is possible, but nothing can change anymore. 1, 2, and 3 are given. We are waiting actually to be who's to become 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. That's still open.
Yeah, I mean, looks like France 8 is still up there, so he's going to get another good one. The Australians, Davies and Clark, are up there, so yeah. I mean, looks like Adil is not having a bad one, which is good. Oh no, it isn't Adil.
No, I think Odile is at the back of the fleet right now. I can't see her number popping up right now. But as you can see, the wind is very shifty and very light wind conditions. So
it's dropped right off,
a lot of things can change here. 4.1 knots. Is it actually enough for racing?
Well, it's marginal when you get below 4. So it's going to be very tough for them out there.
3.7 knots is registered right now on the SAP system, and I'm wondering what the guys at the starting vessel are thinking right now. Will they cancel this race or will they continue this race? I know it doesn't really matter anymore. I mean, it's not about the first 3 positions, but the guys just behind them, they might still want to race in order to better their position or maybe lose a few positions.
I mean, they want to have fair racing. The problem is it's already 2 o'clock here local time, and last race couldn't start after 3. So if they did abandon this and want to start again, they're going to be struggling for time. So I think they'll be fine if as long as this wind doesn't disappear completely.
It's increasing a bit again, 4.8, 4.9 knots, which means more fair racing. 3.7 knots, I think, is very, very difficult to race in. I think that it's very difficult for them to establish a good speed. Kirkatep, Wright Olsen, I think are in the lead right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, they are ranking number 1, as I've seen here. It means it is changing.
Yeah, it is. It's look, at the moment they're coming in from the left, aren't they, the leaders?
Yeah.
And the guys on the right seem to be dead and buried. So something's happened out there. Probably pressure. It's probably that there was more wind on the left of the course and those on the right were sitting in less wind. And so they have been left high and dry.
Okay, as you've seen, sometimes the screen has to update. The track is not always working perfectly, which means that suddenly a boat is moving, like this one it was a minute ago. Salomon, Ekberg, and now in second position the Swedish. They moved suddenly over the screen. I think they're actually in first position at this moment. As you can see, They have done one tack only and are going towards the mark completely without having to tack.
Yeah, I mean, and that shows to me that there's been a wind shift, but also there's more pressure there on the left, and they're just all sailing over the top of the guys on the right-hand side of the course.
Which they are at the moment. As you see here, the leaderboard, Marcelini Brill, USA, is according to the system in the lead, although I think that this boat is leading. And if that's not, that's Davies Clark again. That's in the lead, ranking number 1. The Australians again. Followed closely by this boat, which is Kirkatep Wright Olsen. And now the leaderboard has updated towards the real situation, as you've seen. We're waiting for live images of the rounding of the mark. I hope they will be able to create some images there for us to see which boat rounds first. Of course, we can follow and track this on the SAP system, but it will be lovely. As you can see now, they have turned right a little bit more. I think the wind is turning right even more.
Yeah, so I think those on the right might start catching up. I just saw the Australians appear on the leaderboard then, but they've dropped off again. So... oh yeah, they're down in 18th. So
they don't care, do they?
Yeah, but it's still they don't want to finish on a low. They want to finish on a high. So will be great to see how they can catch up with everybody.
Okay, what we do is going to mark the first 4 sailors for now, so that at least we can track them then down. I think that the system is updating nicely right now. Let's see if we can put a mark on them. It's not responding to my mouse click, so. I have an image live of the rounding of the mark. The first team is coming. As we can see, this is the first team coming. It should be the team from Marseille, Verdebel, Semmelbauer, the Slovenian teams apparently.
Oh, wow.
Do we see the helmets? Because they're wearing helmets. They should wear helmets.
It's Australia.
It's the Australian team. Yeah, that's what we thought. The Australian team is first. Now, who will be second? That might be the Slovenian guys if they're wearing helmets.
But look how light it is now.
It's light wind conditions. They're all
sitting
standing inside and not even moving. I can't see which number is this one. They're hoisting a spinnaker. It is
It's
the Danish. The next one we can see passing by is the French, of course, with the blue dot in his sail. The number 2. He's done well.
Yeah, he's
Again,
done really.
He's a show-off, isn't he? He's a show-off.
He loves these light conditions.
Yeah, he loves lightweight conditions. Okay, the Swedish are in 4th position, and they're followed by, can't see that anymore. The image is fading at the moment. So let's go back to the images of SAP. Okay, I try to see the leaderboard here. It says, they dropped down, the Dutch guys have dropped down to number 10 or even worse. So that's bad. Verdebo, Semmelbauer at first. Now Mercier in 2nd position, now dropping. I think that the system is off again. I mean, I think they're off because now Mercier were really passing 2nd at the mark. Kirkatep Olsen were 3rd. It seems to be okay. I think that the French is still in 2nd position. I think the system is off at this very moment. Let's try and see if we can have a flag on these people that are in 1st, 2nd, 2nd and 3rd position, the Swedish, and see where they are heading. Okay, we see the first couple we see here. Davies Clark in the lead, like in last race. Kirkatep Olsen, also girls, I think. Or not, Kirkatep Olsen. Can you check?
Yeah, no, they're not.
They're not girls. Okay, I thought they were girls. Good. That's the order for now. 1 till 6 is Davies Clark, Kirkatep Olsen, Salomon Ekberg, the Swedish in 3rd position. Barrio Garcia, we haven't seen anything of him yet.
No.
I haven't seen him passing by in 4th position now. That's what you told me before. It'll be different due to the circumstances.
But it's not actually... the only positions it's affecting at the moment is from 5th down to 13th. So what's happened if the positions stay as they are, Ned 21 stays in 4th. The Den 2375 moves up to 5th. The Germans 2260 is 6th, and the New Zealanders 1874 in 7th. Ned 2349 go to 8, and the girls Australians 2:06.4 move to ninth, which means they overtake the other girls to get the gold for the girls. So this is where this race is going to be important for the girls.
Okay, I see that same thing happening in our leaderboard. It was off just a minute ago. As you can see, a lot of boats have done a jibe set.
Yeah.
Why would they do that if the leaders are going the other way?
No, it's because the wind shifted right as they were coming up to that windward mark. So that if the wind favours the right hand side of the course going up, it favours the same side of the course coming down. So by jibing and going back across, it means they're on the favoured jibe.
It is the same thing as have been done by the Slovenians a couple of times in the races before, and it apparently turned out well for them.
Yeah, but I think the Slovenians did it more to keep their wind clear, and they wanted to go a different direction to everybody else so they could keep their wind clear, and they knew they'd be fast because they're so light and they're small, so that's why they did it. Whereas these guys, these guys are now sailing a more direct course to the gate at the bottom.
As you can see, a lot of these boats are actually directing directly at the gate at the bottom.
Yeah, big
and
shift.
A big shift to the right, which gives them on the right-hand side of the course a favour, I think.
That's right. That's right.
So 6.7 knots for this moment, which means that the wind has picked up a little bit again, which also means that the Jenica is full of air and will push the boat forward. Maybe we can take a look at the general speed at this very moment, or the overall speed. The speed has been 4.43 knots for the Australians, which are first, but actually Kirkatep Olsen have had a higher average speed and still in second position.
Yeah, I mean, I think look, with the wind picking up, it's who got that breeze first.
Look at the French guy. He is pushing forward, where the Australians are moving backwards all the way. They're still
the wind has come in from the right hand side of the course, and it's those on the right and behind who've caught it first. So that's how they've caught up with the Australians. And you can see the difference right now.
Yeah.
So for the girls at the moment, I've got the leaderboard up for the girls. In the lead in gold is Davis and Clark, the Australians. The Polish moved down to second for the girls.
I don't see the Polish anywhere near the front end of the feet. Last, oh God. Can you imagine that in the last two races they were up in the front and now they're completely at the back? What happens in those situations?
Well, so unless there's something wrong with the tracker, I don't know how that's happened. So they're right at we're just checking what's happened with their number. And then what's great is the British girls, from my perspective, the British girls are in 10th, which moves them into third, getting bronze for the girls, but there's only 5 points in it, so they've got to hold their nerve.
Clear. Okay, let's look at the screen and see that the guys that did do a jibe set actually are doing well. The leaders are being pushed down a lot, and they have to work hard to stay in the lead. The Swedish that were first in second position, they've been pushed back. The Australians are still in the lead, followed closely, I think, by the French. Are you agreeing with me?
Yeah.
Or the Danish.
That looks like. God, it looks close, doesn't it? And look, they're such a big right. They're actually. The Polish what?
Went into the harbour.
The Polish have come home.
That's a bit odd.
Ah.
Okay, the Polish have come home. Either they have had problems or there's something
or they
else
got their
wrong.
figures wrong.
Exactly, that's a possibility. Okay, we're going to scroll the screen a little bit and waiting for the live images that must be there at the gate. It is very close.
Yeah, the Polish girls have come in, so...
They have come in, okay. So let's take a look at that image for a short moment that they actually came in. There they are, I think, the Polish girls, aren't they? Yes. No, to the left. Okay, the camera's not there, so that's impossible to see. But yes, they've come in. Okay, we'll concentrate on the race right now. We just got confirmation of Bart that actually they came in. It's not just a tracker that tells us that came in, but it's actually the...
So the Polish will still win if the Australians don't win. So the Aussies have got to stay in front for the in this race.
Well, it very much looked like it that they can. I mean, if you look at this situation, they can win.
If it's alright, you can see them.
Okay. And on the right-hand side, we can see them. Thank you very much for changing the camera. That's lovely. On the right-hand side, in the far distance, you can see the Polish girls have come in And I don't know why they've done that, because it seems rather stupid to me.
Well, I think they probably worked out the results wrong, and they thought they were comfortable and couldn't be beaten, not realising that actually if the Australians won this race, they'd beat them.
Okay, leaderboard says the same. We're aiming for some live images in a few seconds at the gate. They're all coming in from the same side. It seems the jibe set didn't seem to have worked, does it?
Well, yeah, I think the breeze has gone back. Look how light it is now. It's down. So they've lost the strength of the wind. So those who went out to the right are now struggling to get back in. So yeah, we're
First
looking at
one
here some
dropping.
live. Yeah,
Exactly. That's the Danish in the lead, then followed closely by the French in second position.
I think the Australian's probably already gone round then, hasn't she?
Must be, because according to the leaderboard it has, but we're not sure. We're checking right now, waiting for the images to be stabilizing, and then we'll give you the images back of the live feed at the water.
So 4th, 5th and 6th are currently on 109 points equal, 4th and 5th, and 111 for 6th. So that's Ned 21, the Danish and the Germans are all within 2 points of each other.
Incredible that even though the first three are already known to us, that the last ones, the runner-ups of that race, are exactly on the same amount of points. That'll be a nice calculation afterwards, who's becoming first, second and third in that pack.
Yeah, and of course what we don't know here is if there's been any altercations on the water, whether there are any protests, but there's going to be lots of yelling and screaming, I would have thought, out there.
Okay, some live images as we've seen. Leaderboard tells us that Davies Clark are still in the lead, followed by Niall Mercier. He's really showing off that he's a good sailor in light wind conditions, because he's doing really, really well at the moment. Kirkatep, White Olsen in third position. Verdeber, Semmelbauer, the Slovenians are in fourth. And the Irish, which I have not seen before, Duncan and Whittaker are in fifth position. Apparently the Dutch that were nicely in the front first, the Posma Bramervaar, they are completely at the back end at 16, 17 position right now. Okay, some more live images for you of dropping of Jennekes going around the Danish 2374, going around the mark, as are the Australians. I think is the Australian that is going around the mark right now. GBR 2379 going around the mark as well. It's beautiful that we have these live images from the water. It's really great. Net 21, that's Net 21 passing the buoy right now. Of course, that makes my heart punder a little bit faster. Good, let's go back to the image of SAP and zoom in a little bit on the actual situation. It is not a very exciting race anymore, because the first three positions are already established. So it's not really, really exciting anymore, is it? Or is it?
Well, it is for the girls. The girls, we just saw 2379 going round that leeward gate. They are only 1 point in front of the Danish girls. So it's the girls' podium positions that are up for grabs in this race. And there's 1 point in it between gold and silver for the girls, and there's 1 point in it between bronze and fourth.
The Australian girls seem to have taken a tremendous lead over the rest of the fleet. It's a huge gap. It's 37 meters, which in these wind conditions seems to me like a very big gap.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with that, and if they hold on to this, they've got gold for the girls.
But that's quite funny. Why did the Polish girls come in if they still got a chance for gold medal?
Well, we'll have to ask them.
Yeah, that's a really odd thing. I mean, I would never go in. I mean, at least finish the race. Why would you go in and think the best of it, while you can still be beaten by the Australian girls?
Well, the only thing I can think of is either they had a problem. We know there was no black flag, so they weren't caught with that. Or they miscalculated their numbers and thought they couldn't be beaten.
Well, it must be a very odd miscalculation, because if you do that kind of miscalculation, you should never do a calculation. I mean, when you're sailing, you should sail until the end.
Well, this is why all of them are saying, all our top three who we think are pretty much guaranteed their positions, they're still racing, because you never know. Something may go wrong, and you just have to be prepared.
Crockett Morton in 21st position at the moment. They're just finishing the race, just to be polite, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and you'll see GBR 16. They're sort of in 30th or something, I think.
Yeah,
and,
they're way behind.
You know, and they're just sort of keeping themselves clean and just finishing.
Okay, we look at the second upwind in the last race of today, Gold Fleet. As we've established before, the top three is already established. Crockett Morton in first position. Niall Mercier are up at second position, and also at second position here in the race. And the GBR 16 is in third position. They have the bronze medal. That's for sure. The rest is up for grabs a bit. It's still unknown. We ask Bart to give us some information on what's the situation for the numbers 4 till 10. He's getting the board right now and seeing what's happening, because the race is not exciting anymore for first, second and third position, but the girls in Australian 2064, Davies and Clark, have done a good job in probably winning this race. If they do, they get to be first women. And that's an odd situation, because the Polish girls that actually were in first position will now lose the race just because they quit the race.
Well, that's what it looks like. I mean, they're on the shore. We've seen them come up the slipway, and we can see here that the Aussie girls are leading. So it's it could be Australia gold, boys and girls.
Okay, we're going to get the result list here from Bart. Bart, can you enlighten us a little bit?
Yes, well, we've seen with the actual standings that Germany 2260 will be fourth, Danish 2375 will be fifth, and the Dutch guys, Net 21, are second.
Second?
Seventh.
Seventh.
Sixth.
Okay.
Sorry.
So that's quite a change, because they were in fourth position just now. So they've lost a lot, Van Dong and Becker.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 11-point drop there. So that how they've dropped to 28th when they were looking all right, weren't they, earlier? So yeah, they'll be disappointed with that. And it means that the first girls are 8th overall. So
they're 8th overall.
8th overall and first girls, which is pretty impressive.
That's pretty impressive. Yeah, absolutely pretty impressive. We're looking at statistics right now, as analyzing all the information that we get from the SAP system. Of course, bear in mind that the SAP system is not always correct. It's, in the end, the boat that finishes and makes the list that decides who's the winner. SAP usually is not wrong, but it might be off by 1 or 2 positions.
We're finding a discrepancy with the results here on one computer compared to the other, so we might have to come back to you on these points.
But not on the first 3, I'm sure.
Not on the first 3.
Okay, that's established for sure. So, and the girls, I think, are established as well. I mean, if Australia 2064, the Davies and Clark will win. In fact, they will have the girls' leader.
Oh, right. So it looks like, Ned 21's back to 5th, because they're in this race, they're lying 20th.
20th, yeah, right now, yeah. So
it just shows you, it's just keeping up with the tracker, isn't it, really?
So it means that just 1 or 2 positions can make a tremendous difference in the end result.
Massive difference.
Okay, we're next to the windward mark, the up mark, the top mark from the second upwind. We have a camera up there, and we can show the images, I think. And this is the Australian girls. They are attacking and probably hoisting their spinnaker any second now when they pass the mark. They have really established a nice lead. Can you see? There's no one behind them.
Yeah, they're looking fantastic.
And inside the boat, there's not a lot of wind. You can see that. Hoisting quite quickly, setting the spinnaker, and really well done. Okay, the Dutch apparently climbing up to another position. They're back in 4th place overall if the race would finish like this. Okay, the Australians have rounded the mark, which means that the next one should be Niall Mercier. He's not got nothing to lose. He's still in there. He's racing. It's amazing that if you have nothing to lose, you're still racing the race. The Danish girls, they are probably second and not Niall Mercier. We can switch to the live images. I see Niall Mercier, not Niall Mercier, I see the Danish girls coming, the Danish boys, excuse me, Danish boys coming to the mark Thanks for correcting that, Debbie. They're coming towards the mark right now and passing the mark. No, it's indeed the French. The French that are indeed in second place, and the third then should be the Danish. Let's look at the sail number when they pass the mark. And yes, that's the Danish. They're in third position. So it's 1, 2, 3. Davies Clark, Neil Mercier in second place. Kirkateb, Wright Olsen in third place. New Zealand, Lardies and Mackenzie should be fourth. And we see them coming up towards the marker right now. On the live images we're going to show to you in a second. Here they are. Live images, well, a little bit garbly, I know, but we're trying the best we can to give you at least some live footage, and that you can see that we're not lying. SAP is not lying. What's actually happening on the screen is happening in SAP as well. Really beautiful that we can follow and track a race like that with only just GPS tracking on board of these ships and the good analyzing software of SAP. We're quite happy that we can do this. Slovenian also passed the mark. Let's look at the order. The order is Davies Clark, Nel Mercier, Kirkateb, Wright Olsen, Lardies, Mackenzie, Durkin, Whittaker, the Irish that we have not seen this week before. And then it goes down. What's the situation, Bart, on the leaderboard? Because everything seems to be changing. Not the first three, I know, but 4, 5, 6 and 7. Tell me.
Yes, the actual standings are Van Dongen, Becker, the Dutch guys on fourth. Leme, Willem, the Germans on fifth, and the Danish on sixth. But it's so close. The gap is only 1 point between 4 and 5. So it's changing all the time. Okay,
and just right behind them, I think it's also changing a lot because all these people that are in 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 position, they all have equal points or semi-equal points as well.
Very, very close. So, I mean, this final run to the finish is going to be crucial for a lot of these guys. It's good to see some names up there we haven't seen for what before. Up in the top 20. It's going to be tense out there running up to the finish.
Yeah, it will be tense. Although we already know the first, second and third place, there's a big battle going on for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place. And even behind that, all the points are not given yet. They're all very, very close to each other. That's the way it is with racing and sailing. Live images from the guys rounding the mark right now. As we can see, the leaderboard has not changed and will not change. If you look at the Australians, they have a very comfortable lead.
Yeah, I mean they must be delighted because they probably know that they probably knew they had to win this, and that's what they went out to do. And
they pushed for it, and they actually made it. I mean, look at, well, it's 1 point, only 1 point. It's been established by Bart just now. He just confirmed that between the Polish and the Australian girls, there's 1 point difference, which means if they don't end up in first place, the Australian 2064, Davies and Clark, they will not be the first in the Polish position. I see the guy that is responsible for all the results coming in. He has some comments. Okay, tell me all about it.
Just heard that 10 boats have a black flag in this last race, amongst whom the 2 Polish girls.
That's the reason they come back. The Polish girls had a black flag. Now we establish why they came back. They didn't have to race, or they couldn't race anymore because they had a black flag. And that's the reason they came back. So now it's established why the Australian girls are pushing really, really hard to win with 1 point and will become the girlies champion, the girlies gold.
But then I have a question to Debbie. Why did the Polish take the risk of a black flag when they are in such a big lead?
Exactly. That was a big mistake. I mean, we were talking earlier before the start that these top guys, they just had to keep their head, they just had to keep cool and just sail sensibly. I mean, the Polish girls are so quick in this light stuff that they only had to keep within 20 places of the Australians or something like that. I mean, didn't quite grasp what the points were before, but what a massive mistake for the Polish girls.
Indeed, because they shouldn't have taken that chance, especially not on the black flag situation. In the last race, you don't take a chance anymore. You will just finish your race and stay close to the Australian girls to make sure that you win that race.
Exactly.
What was the gap exactly before the race started? Bart's looking up the figures right now. He knows everything. I mean, Bart is the guy that's keeping track of all the numbers, and he can help us establishing what the difference was before the race started. The racing order is still the same. Davies Clark in a firm leading position, although Niall Mercier, according to the wind and according to the situation on SAP, is closing in. But I'm sure it will not be enough. Looking at the situation on the SAP screen, Davies Clark will win this race, closely followed by French 8 Niall Mercier. But have you already located what was the point difference between the Polish girls and the Davies Clark girls, which will now be the ladies champions? Not yet. He's still looking for numbers.
Another bit of good news for the girls, though, is that the third and fourth is close, and at the moment it's the British girls who have got the bronze, but there's only a couple of points in it, so they've got to hold on to their 15th place and hope that the Danish girls don't pull a blinder on this last run.
Such a gentleman, Niall. Grendel now, I mean, even on the last race, when you already established that you will be the silver medalist, you're still racing and you still come in second. I think it's very, very good. We're waiting for some live images right now of the winners, the Australian girls, Davies and Clark. We've got some live images coming up in a minute of their finish, I hope. They just passed the mark of the gate, and they will go for the finish with the French in second place. Here we are. I think there's live images here. I hope we can keep the live images going. The boat is closing in quite fast at the moment, trying to show us the girls that are winning. Davies and Clark in first position. They are passing the finish right now. It's really beautiful to see them. They have just established by coming in first that they are the girlies champion of this 29er World Series. The French still have to go through the gate, so no more excitement there. But there is still some excitement for 5th, 6th and 7th position, isn't there, Bart? Tell me. Bart is busy right now, still establishing what the lead was in front.
No pressure,
before.
Bart.
Here they are, girls that have won. Already the sail has gone down. We're waiting for the French that come in as second, and of course they are second overall as well. They don't have to sail anymore, they don't have to push it anymore, but still he's doing it. He's still pushing and sailing to the best of his possibilities, and that is quite admirable if you are already established as second silver medalist. Okay, Debbie, your thoughts?
Well, these guys, the France 8, what a great race they've pulled out, and they've really sealed their silver, and they just showed how consistent they can be in this light breeze.
It's incredible what they're doing, and especially if you're already established as second, then still racing, still really pushing. That's quite amazing, I think, because they've gone back and still be second. Okay, back to the SAP images. Order is still the same. Koketar, Bright Olsen in third place. The French have just finished. Lardis McKenzie are coming in as fourth. I'm actually quite curious, Bart, on the situation as it looks now. Position 4, 5, 6 and down. Tell me. Till 10 maybe. Can we have the microphone with Bart? He's looking at the leaderboard right now. He's opening leaderboard up. Okay.
I have the difference in point for the woman. It was 22 points.
22 points. Why on earth would you take a chance if you got 22 points a lead and then taking a chance of having a black flag? That is downright stupid, to be honest.
Well, I wouldn't be as blunt as that, but you're right.
I'm Dutch. I can say blunt things. No worries. Okay, please, Bart, do we have the leaderboard situation, especially for the numbers 4 till 5, 6, 7, 8, 9?
Yes, fourth will be the Dutch, as it look now. Van Dongen Becker.
Yeah.
Then we go to fifth, Lamai Willem, the Germans. The Danish, Kierketerp, Wright Olsen on 6. Lardis McKenzie, New Zealand on 7. Posma Bramevaar on net 2-3-4-9 on 8. Davies and Clark, the other Aussies, on 9th. And the Polish, Melzaka Misinska, if I'm pronounced it right, Polish 2-3-5-8.
The girls had just quit because they had a black flag.
Yes.
Well, still the 10th position is very, very good, but it could have been like in 4th or 5th position, I think.
And then in 11th is the French guys who actually were in silver only 2 days ago. So they've dropped back from 2nd to 11th in 2 days. So it just shows what a high-scoring, high-caliber fleet it's been this week. That you can go from the front to 11th in just 2 days.
Yeah. Can you tell me, Bart, if you look at the qualifying positions, who has gained the most points from qualifying to here? Do you know?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. I
will
was just
look.
curious
Yes,
because I'm curious to the qualifying and then who've gained the most positions.
The Polish, I guess, they came from 42nd, and now they are on 10th.
Incredible, 42nd to 10. That's
And it could be even higher if they
30 points. Yeah.
It could be higher if they
30
didn't.
positions. Great, good stuff. Okay, I think we'll end our live coverage here because we know who's the winner. We know who will be 1 till 10. We're going to repeat that one more time when Bart has the results according to SAP. I must tell you, this is still very much provisional because there might still be some jury's decisions to be taken into consideration, and it also might be that Tracker didn't work or Tracker was giving a wrong result. So, Bart, to you for the end.
The wins is for the Australian Crockett and Morton in first. Second, the French 8, Neil and Mercier. Great Britain 16, Beaumont and Darling are third. The Dutch guys Van Dongen and Becker net 21 in fourth. Yeah. Then in fifth, the Germans Lamai and Willem. Sixth, the Kirketurp, Wright Olsen, the Danish. The New Zealanders Lardis, Mackenzie in 7. Bramevaar, Posma, the Dutch in 8. In 9th, we have the Australian Davis and Clark, and the Polish woman Melzeka Misinska in 10th.
Okay,
and
that's
the current European champions Van Leijen Bramevaar ending up in 14th.
In 14th position. Okay, good. We have an interview at the water apparently in a few seconds. We're going to show you live that we have an interview apparently with the race winners, I think, if I'm correctly informed by the producer here. We're going to have an interview with them. They're finishing right now. As you can see, they are doing the finish right now. Of course, in a bad position, which is not affecting anything anymore. They are, by far, and without any doubt, the gold medalists for the 29er Worlds.
They finish in 22nd.
It is not important anymore. 22nd or 38, it wouldn't have made any difference. These guys have done tremendous sailing throughout the week, and they are the winners. I mean, there's no doubt about it. They are the winners for sure. We're waiting for live images of the interview of these two people. We hope to be able to show these to you in a minute when they are down with the television team for us to show us the interview.
So you're just seeing the images of people sailing in, and you can see the gold course in the distance of the leaders making their way in. And we're just trying to get the interview with the gold medalists on your screen in a minute.
I hope the sound will come in. I'm just trying to establish a connection with sound, but I'm not really sure if we can get that sound to play. We're waiting for images. we can't establish a proper connection with the boat that is taking care of our images. I'd like to say goodbye to you. I hope you enjoyed our live coverage of the 29er Worlds, and we'll hope to see you again on the next event. Thank you.